Good morning, everyone. It is 10 a.m., and I will call this Board of County Commissioners to order. It is June 10th, 2025, and we'll start with the salute to the flag. And if Mr. Larangetta could please lead us in the salute to the flag. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We'll now move into roll call. Madam Clerk.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Commissioner Clark.
Present.
Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Chief Deputy District Attorney Mike Large.
Here.
And I'm Yvonne Strickland, Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into item 3, public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items, with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments that will be made to the commission as a whole, virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. The Board of County Commissioners carries out the business of Washoe County and its residents during its meetings. The presiding officer may order a person be removed if the person's conduct or statements disrupt the order or safety of the meeting. Warnings about disruptive conduct or comments may or may not be given prior to removal. Furthermore, certain disruptions of a public meeting are criminal acts as defined under NRS 203.090 and/or NRS.203.119, which may result in prosecution in appropriate cases.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Paul White, followed by Terry Brooks.
Paul White with Education Crusade. I would really urge the commissioners, the problems we're seeing around the country right now are just from laws over a long period of time that haven't been enforced. And so when we finally try to do it, it makes far more trouble than it has to. And what we've got, just to start here, please look at these things. We've got a jail that holds 1,200 people, and it's got 1,200 people. And that was a 1,200 person jail when our population was 25% smaller. And we've got things like the district attorney's office sending out notes to the 2 law enforcement agencies saying, don't arrest them, just we don't have the room, give them a date to appear in this. You can't do this. We're gonna end up with what we're seeing on television. Enforcing the law over at CARES campus. Hopefully you got that or saw that editorial in the Nevada Globe by echoing the words of a guy named Shasta Jim, a homeless guy up in Northern California I ran into, who said he and everybody he knows is heading to Reno. And I said, well, how do you know about the CARES campus? He said, oh, it's all over every message board that there is for homeless, and it's just, but if you haven't seen it, it's in the Nevada Globe, you can't miss it. People that work on the inside, employees there will tell you there's, I know the woman personally who's working with a lady who's been raped twice inside there, and she's afraid to report it, that they would kick her out, not let her stay. Right now they're holding about 50 illegals, and I don't mean like been here looking for work, etc. I mean just came over unvetted, and what do they tell the sheriff's department? Stay out of here. We'll call you when we want you. And then you've got another armload of people who are hiding from outstanding warrants who are in there. And these are just laws that we could take them now. You could call for them to be enforced while the problems are still smaller. But we're just we're just incubating these problems. And I realize the school district's kind of out of your purview, but you've got this same thing going on, whether you go into Safeway or Rayleigh's North Valley or Rayleigh's Galena and see the kids just coming in there like a horde of locusts, stealing all the food and liquor they can carry, and nothing's being done about it. Or whether it's like a teacher at Galena who wrote to me, he said he's been turning in kids who was selling drugs at that school for 15 years and finally stopped because nobody will enforce it. So the jail and the CARES campus are definitely within your supervision, and please look into them. If you have any questions on the details, I said, please let me know.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Lisa O'Sullivan.
Good morning. My name is Terry Brooks, and I came here today because when it comes to discrimination, I've got a lot to say. I remember when I was just a kid, I didn't know what discrimination was, but through time I've learned what it is and what it does. Some people see others not as individual people, but as members of a certain group of people. And if they see or hear of someone of a certain group doing something bad, they assume that anyone of that group will be doing something that is bad. Such people see themselves as being perfectly normal, but they see those of other groups as being abnormal. Some people see themselves as being superior, especially when they treat others as if others were inferior. I majored in anthropology when I first went to the university, and I then learned a lot about the advantages of diversity. I went to a lot of classes with a variety of students, and the more we got to know each other, the more we got to share our thoughts and the more we learned from each other. If music had only one note, it would be easy to sing only one song. But when music has a variety of notes, it can lead to a beautiful song. If a painting had only one color, would it still be a work of art? When a painting is made with several colors, it can be a beautiful work of art. If everyone in the whole world had exactly the same thoughts, would we want to waste our time listening to our own thoughts? No two people in this world are exactly the same. If we were all exactly alike, we'd probably all have the same name. So instead of looking down on each other by using discrimination, let's all look up to each other by expanding our imagination. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I'd like to thank you all for accepting me today.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Lisa O'Sullivan, followed by Norma Davidson.
Good morning. My name is Lisa O'Sullivan, and I'm a resident of the Steamboat Valley. I represent the many residents who signed on to a letter of concern, and I am here to express deep concern and frustration regarding the recent installation of fencing by the Nevada Department of Agriculture that has effectively blocked wild horses from accessing the valley without any notice or consultation with local residents. This action has created a serious public safety issue. By fencing the horses out, the department has eliminated one of our region's most natural and effective fire mitigation measures, grazing. These horses have historically helped manage the wildland fuels in the Willamonte and Rhodes Road areas, including 250 acres of BLM managed land. Without their presence, dry vegetation will accumulate, significantly increasing the risk of wildfire for the entire Steamboat Valley. Equally troubling is the fencing restriction of access to essential water sources. Currently, the horses have only one remaining route to reach Little Washoe Lake. However, this route forces them to cross East Lake Boulevard, a busy road with a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit, posing a danger to both the horses and drivers. In contrast, within Steamboat, the speed limit is 25 miles per hour, making it a much safer environment for all. This situation not only raises public safety and environmental concerns, but it also creates unnecessary financial burdens for the state. A state of fire official informed me that alternative vegetation management through goats would cost between $40,000 and $60,000 annually. Meanwhile, the horses have been grazing this land for free, serving the same purpose at no cost to taxpayers. It is both inefficient and fiscally irresponsible to replace a free solution with an expensive one, which adds a financial burden to the state. This fence really makes no sense. I have no idea why they felt the need to mess with something that was working, and now we have a major fire issue. I believe the state will be on the hook for providing fire mitigation annually. It makes more sense and will be less costly in the long run to revise the fence. I have personally consulted with the Truckee Meadows fireman, who supports my concerns and agrees that this new fencing significantly increases fire danger in our area. I am urging a revision to the current fencing plan. Specifically, I propose reopening access to the 250 acres of BLM land and allowing the horses to reach a long-established water source on a property bordering the BLM land on Willamonte, a source they have depended on for the last 13 years. Without access to water, the horses cannot survive, and surrounding land cannot be naturally grazed, compounding the fuel buildup problem. The other option would be to remove a section of fence so the horses can access water and graze. This option would also help alleviate the possibility of residents' horses and livestock from getting entrapped at this new fence.
Thank you.
Norma Davidson, followed by Marcy Connington.
Good morning. I am Norma Davidson. This is my opinion. I have lived out in the Steamboat Meadows for over 35 years. I've been in Nevada all my life. I am a registered voter and a taxpayer. My concern is that this man, who is the head of the agricultural department, this man has put all of us homeowners in jeopardy for fires. He has no clue what he is doing. Galena has their sheep to eat the wild grass. We have the horses to eat our wild grass. 395 separates us. Galena gets their sheep, we get our horses. 395 separates us. This man won't even listen to people. He has people believing that there is water above 395. That is not true. We are in the high desert, and the only water source is Washoe Lake. And what this man is doing is a torture and inhumane, no compassion for wildlife, misery and suffering and cruelty. Insurance companies are now dropping us homeowners insurance on our houses doing damage of wildfire because of the wildfires. No horses to eat anymore. These horses are on our quarters on the state seal, and they are the spirit of Nevada. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Marcy Connington, followed by Liz Lord.
Morning. Hello, my name is Marcy Connington, and I'm a Washoe County resident. I'm here to voice my concerns about the Virginia Rain fencing plan also that the Nevada Department of Agriculture is putting on the range, which keeps horses out of semi-rural areas, blocking the wild horses from essential water sources they depend on. They are also blocking thousands of acres that they could graze, helping to lower the fire risk in Washoe, Pleasant, and Steamboat valleys. It is obvious to many that they are trying to intentionally squeeze out the horses on the range with what they're doing, and the horses will die of dehydration and starvation. So many people love our wild horses, including me. I'm outraged with what the ag is doing to our wild horses. Even though at least 80% of the people at the last quarterly ag meeting on December 6th spoke out in opposition of this fence, they are still continuing to install it. I guess people need to be more vocal with their hopes, the right people will hear our plea and help us stop this awful plan from going any further. We all as humans need to make sure the horses have access to adequate water, especially because we live in the high desert where it gets scorching hot. Water is essential for all living creatures and to live, and it is sure hard to come by in the desert. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Liz Lord, followed by Oscar Williams.
Myself an eye. Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm a concerned citizen of the Washoe Valley area, and I'm worried about the dangers facing Steamboat Valley as the fire season is here. I literally watched from my back deck when I saw a poof of smoke rise into the sky, and within 2 or 3 minutes, it got bigger and bigger. My husband and I jumped in the car to see how far away it was, as we always worry about our house. Within 15 minutes, the now infamous Washoe Drive fire was out of control, burning both sides of Old 395. In case no one remembers, an elderly woman died in that fire, in addition to several horses, dogs, cats, and other pets, because it burns so fast. In case you don't think it can happen to you, think again. Fencing these horses out of their natural grazing areas makes this even more dangerous, as the grass grows higher and is a perfect tinder for a fire. Also, to fence them out of water is disgraceful. No horse or any animal should have to suffer a dehydration death. It is very painful. I would hope that maybe someone up on your panel would have enough heart or compassion to not allow this to happen to these beautiful, soulful animals. I'm from California originally. I have had horses my whole life. I am in awe at being able to watch them in the wild. They were here before us, and to be forced into this situation is inhumane and unethical. We have to be able to come up with some kind of compromise. In California, they're trying to protect the mountain lions by building a bridge over their freeways. I don't think you guys will do that here, but anyway, I would think that with all the ranchers and horse people in this area, that we could come up with some kind of agreement besides rounding them up. The roundups are cruel and should be outlawed, at least the helicopter part of it. I really wish somebody here would get rid of that part of it. I know politicians say what we want to hear to appease us, but could some of you please look into your soul and help our horses and protect people in the areas where these fires are devastating? It could be your house or a loved one next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oscar Williams, followed by Gary Weichert. Mr. Weichert has documents for the board.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Williams. I'm a 30-year resident of Reno. You're being handed out this, what is a request for a new ordinance. Now, this new ordinance I'm requesting refers to, well, let me just say it, to achieve clarity and consistency in the election summary reports and other reports prepared and presented by the Registrar of Voters to you guys and to the public, as well as some fiscal oversight. Let me jump into the 5 points that I've drafted. And of course, it's for discussion purposes. You may like some, not like some. Maybe we want to add some eventually. But the idea is that these are common sense solutions to a need that I perceive, and I'm hoping that it goes forward. One is to memorialize the need for the election summary report. There is nothing I understand in statute or an ordinance that says that the Registrar of Voters must provide you an election summary report on a certain day. It's kind of implied, right? Certainly he must provide you with the various certifications, but the actual election summary report is not memorialized in statute or ordinance. And it could be, should be. It's up to you. A statement of canvassing efforts. Andrew McDonald did state some of the canvassing efforts that he did, and I would have him expand on that a little bit so we understood the rigors that they went through to verify every voter and every ballot. A statement of errors and omissions. This one's a little complicated. I'll get back to it in a minute. A head count of the number of people that actually are in the office of Registrar of Voters, and quarterly reports on election violation reports in their disposition. It'd be nice to know how many are that come into the office and how many get resolved or not resolved, and maybe some of the natures of them, just as like a quarterly reporting. And these are things that I think that you might find common sense, that you would want to know as commissioners regarding our elections in the office of Registrar of Voters. I understand that Chairman Hill and Commissioner Andriola like working closely with the Register of Voters, so maybe this would be an easy one for you guys to support. Now, I mentioned the errors and omissions. I want to focus on something in particular here. NRS 293387, that's the canvassing statute, right? It says basically, in making its canvass, the board shall note separately any clerical errors discovered and take account of the changes resulting from the discovery. But if you're not given the information, how could you make a certified election in good conscience if you're not given the report on errors and omissions? There were errors in the last election. Your Register of Voters wasn't quite candid in that manner, and so I would encourage you to consider this proposal to keep them in line and create that clarity, consistency in reporting over the years throughout elections that I think you want. Thank you so much.
Gary Weichert, followed by Jill Richardson.
Good morning. My name is Gary Weichert. I have lived in the Truckee Meadows for the last 45 years. The last 20 have been in the Galena Forest area, which is part of the wildland-urban interface. The Joy Lake arson fire in August of 22 spurred my neighborhood of approximately 550 homes to form a Firewise USA recognized community with the goal of educating ourselves on the methods to reduce the natural wildfire risk we face in our forested environment. It has been proven by both the Joy Lake fire and the Davis fire that defensible space on private as well as public properties is by far the most basic and effective component of wildfire risk reduction. But convincing our residents of that effectiveness has been hampered by the lack of definitive guidance. Not only does fire science seems to constantly change, there is also no shortage of opinions for specific guidelines. This shifting set of recommendations makes it difficult for us to present a unified plan for wildfire mitigation to our residents. A universal standard for defensible space needs to be adopted by all of our governing bodies. The International Wildlife Urban Interface Code is a recognized reference for safety standards, and Washoe County has already adopted most of this code. Today, you are set to consider the updating of that code to its latest version. However, Chapter 6 of that code, which addresses mandates for defensible space creation and maintenance, is not being considered for inclusion. I believe this is a perfect opportunity to quantify defensible space requirements and put us on a path to decreasing the high wildfire risk in our wildland-urban interface communities. Wildfire may be inevitable, but loss of property can be mitigated. We design building codes for safety. Defensible space requirements require the same attention. Please adopt Chapter 6 of the International Wildlife Urban Interface Code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jill Richardson, followed by DeAndre Brosen.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you on behalf of the Parks District and support of the Park District. My name is Jill Richardson, and I am currently the board president for the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. Besides serving on the board, I've spent the past several years researching the history of our parks in the Truckee Meadows, and I'm often asked to speak to audiences about the park histories. My research has revealed that many of our parks came about as the result of hard work by community leaders such as yourself, influential business persons, and even by everyday citizens. For example, Rancho San Rafael, Callahan Park, Wilson Commons, Bartley Ranch. But my favorite story is about DeRosker Park. I wish I could have met Dr. DeRosker, who donated the 20 acres for the park that now bears his name. Like me, Dr. DeRosker was a skier, and it was on a ski trip to Denver from his home in Detroit that his plane was diverted to Reno because of a snowstorm. As he was landing in Reno and looking out the window, he said, "Wow, this place looks a lot like my birthplace of Iran. I think I'll move here." So he came here, and he was an anesthesiologist, initially facing discrimination because he was foreign-born. But over time, he gained a really good reputation and was well-regarded by doctors and patients and nurses. And so he loved jogging and biking, just like I do. And after buying the Mayberry Ranch, he decided it was important to keep the area that was close to the river out of development. And so he donated a portion of his ranch for the park. By the way, he also donated the land, which is the South Valley's regional sports complex. Well, thank you, Dr. DeRosker, and all the people like him who had the forethought to put aside land for future generations to enjoy. We can do the same thing by creating a park district to preserve the valuable parks, trails, and open space that we have now and make them better. I hope that you will leave your legacy on our community through this initiative, just like Dr. DeRosker did some 30 years ago. Thank you very much, and it's an important decision. Thank you.
DeAndre Burleson, followed by Yuli Chavez Camelina.
Good morning. I'm LGBT registered, and I had several incidents this morning I'd like to just express before I go any further. A Caucasian lady stood next to me and stood over me, which I thought was offensive. And another Caucasian lady continually to smile with her teeth at me. And the last incident I want to express is I guess I hit the door too hard. And so the security guard confronted me about the aggression of the door being hit. So outside of that, let's get started. I went to Reno Housing Authority on yesterday, and I spoke with the lady, and she said that my file is complete, and I'm waiting to be placed. So whatever that means, but she doesn't need any more documentation from me. This is my case manager for my court appointment. My court, I guess, appointment on tomorrow. This is my standard expenditures for cellular, and this is my standard receipt for the Motel 6. I embarked upon a new medical facility, which is WellCare. So I have current appointments for that. So that's where I'm going, I guess, for medical. This is my confirmation of being seen by the psychiatrist at the WellCare on yesterday, or the last time my appointment was. This is, I guess, help from the Salvation Army. So that's what we got going. I want to express to that because I'm not the most heterosexual guy or discriminatory LGBT civil rights type of guy, and that just adds fuel to the fire of the coughing while I'm talking. So I said all that to say I like to express that I'm not really heterosexual friendly, and I'm not really culturally friendly. And for him to cough, it's just add fuel to the fire. So that's where I'm at with that, and I'm trying to be mature about it. But the smiling, the coughing, the complaining at the door, all the funnies, you know, I just want to share that with you so it'd be clear that there's nothing unturned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson.
Yuli Chavez Camelina, followed by Liz Sotomayor.
Good morning. My name is Yuli Chavez Camarena. I hope that you're having a great morning. I'm here to introduce myself as a candidate for the Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. which I know that you'll be voting on later today. And I do apologize, I can't stay for the entire day, but I did want to make a stop and let you know that I am very honored to be on the agenda today. And of course, I know that you'll make the best decision for the board and for the county. I call Reno my home for 29 years. I have 2 young children, a 3-year-old and a 12-year-old, both from Reno as well. We love to explore parks or trails. We truly love this community. Myself, I'm a huge believer in family, in community, education, access, inclusion for all. I know firsthand how our open spaces and parks can bring people together and provide safe, accessible spaces for all community members. They're incredibly important for every single one of us, and I'm again honored to be on the agenda today. I'm a graduate, recent graduate of the Washoe County Leadership Academy, where I learned about this opportunity. So really grateful and to have learned about the outstanding work of Washoe County. Frankly, I'll admit that I was not very familiar with the work that you all do, but I was very impressed, and I decided to look for opportunities to give back, and this is an opportunity that came up. Professionally, I serve as a director at Truckee Meadows Community College. I work with families and students, helping them gain hopefully better economic opportunities through higher education. I'm also on the board of Northern Nevada, United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra, so I'm always looking for opportunities to give back to the community. Again, really invested in this community and the future. Again, I apologize I can't stay, but I wish you a very successful search for today. I know that you'll find the right candidate for this position. If this is not my opportunity to serve, I will keep my eyes open and find other ways to be back and provide to the very best of my ability some opportunities to give back to the community that I love so much. Just a small thank you for the support that you give to the Washoe County Leadership Academy. It's really such a wonderful opportunity, eye-opening experience, and a special thank you to all the staff that participate in the program and all the staff that put together a program like the Washoe County Leadership Academy. Amazing opportunity. Thank you all, and I wish you a successful search.
Thank you.
Liz Sotomayor, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Good morning. My name is Liz Sotomayor, and I'm a resident in Washoe County. I am here to talk about the Nevada Department of Agriculture's Virginia Range Fencing Project. I am greatly opposed to this project because it is extremely cruel and inhumane to our horses. The fence is projected to be 23 miles. So far, approximately 11 miles of fencing has been put up. This fence blocks wild horses from every major year-round water source within approximately 5,000 acres and has left them only with 4 seasonal ponds. I want to reiterate that these ponds are seasonal because all 4 ponds have been dry since May 18th. Horses follow patterns, and now every route they have taken their entire lives is now blocked by barbed wire fence. At this time, there is one way they can get around to Little Washoe Lake, but this route will be blocked by the next phase of fencing. Again, it is extremely cruel and inhumane to block living, breathing creatures from every water source in the area. Just imagine standing out in the scorching sun all day. They are animals, but just the way water is life for us, water is indeed life for them. The Department of Agriculture director states to the media that there is plenty of water on the Virginia Range. The range is approximately 285,000 acres. These horses live in a certain area of the range and follow their same paths year after year, wanting to get to the water sources they know. Some will stand on the fence line and die there, not understanding why their path has changed. Just a few weeks ago, there was a group of approximately 30 to 40 horses parked at the fence just above Tin Horn Road. It took them at least 3 days to find their way to Little Washoe for water. Dying of dehydration is very painful and takes days, so you can imagine the confusion and desperation. Our beautiful wild horses deserve better, and I question myself, what have they done to be treated this way by the Ag Department? As our elected officials, I ask you all to be a voice for them and demand a reliable year-round water source for our Virginia Range wild horses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Cliff Lowe.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Cliff Lowe. I'm a 25-year resident of Washoe County. I'm going extemporaneously this morning, so I'll probably run out of time. First, a couple of personal items. As some of you know, in late January, I suffered a fall, broke several cervical vertebrae, had spinal cord damage, a concussion, and a broken nose. I'm no longer wearing a brace. I no longer need to wear one, so I may look like I'm fine, but I'm less than 5 months into a 12 to 18-month recovery, just for your information. Secondly, I'm the guilty party who coughed during a previous public speaker's public comment. The cough is involuntary, relates to my injury, and I am getting medical care for a chronic cough. So, I've already used up a minute. On to what I wanted to talk to you about. Broad issue I want you all to think about as you serve the rest of your terms, current or future. Have you ever asked yourselves, what obligation, if any, do you have to follow through on promises made by your predecessors or yourself in terms prior to yours? Do you have any obligation to follow through on them? I've given this some thought because, as you know, I once thought about being a commissioner and put that aside. I think at a minimum, when something comes up currently that relates to promises, votes made when you weren't on the board, you have an obligation to go back and look at that issue and make a decision whether you would have voted for it based on the information available, mainly by looking at the minutes of the meeting where some prior issue was voted on. And as you vote, as you think about voting on something that will go beyond your current term, you need to give that careful thought also, in my opinion. There's no guarantee. Some people are term limited. Some people may not decide to run, some of you may not decide to run for another term. Some of you may decide to run and be unsuccessful. So things that you vote on and decide that extend beyond your term, you need to give careful thought to those things. And if you think you have no obligation whatsoever to consider votes taken, promises made by your predecessors, if you think you have no obligation, then in my opinion, I think you need to abstain from any matter that goes beyond your current term, because you are essentially putting an obligation on your successors that you yourself are not willing to do. I hope you'll think about that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move into item 4, Manager Brown.
Item 4 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I have a few items, Madam Chair. First, we need to pull item 12 from the consent agenda. That'll be brought back at a later time. I also have a few updates, as this is the first meeting of the month on boards and commissions. So the Board of Equalization is looking for 2 regular members and 1 alternate. The deadline to apply is Friday, June 20th. The Emergency Medical Services Board, District Board of Health is looking for an emergency physician on this board, and the deadline to apply for that one is Friday, June 27th. In terms of closed out completed commissioner requests, the highlights overall, just to report that with the budget requests that were made during the process, they were all logged and passed on to the CFO and the budget team for follow-up consideration as part of the process. We will continue to do that moving forward. So there are a lot of discussions that happen with various commissioners and department heads. We are now making sure that that's logged, and we can follow up to make sure they're treated appropriately. All right, on 4/14, Commissioner Clark at the BCC meeting had concerns about fistfights breaking out in the senior center and suggested a senior center at the CARES campus to prevent that. This request was shared with HSA, Housing and Homeless Services, for consideration. Also on 4/14, the BCC requested information, Commissioner Clark requested information on $18,000 spent on Greyhound bus tickets by HSA. Staff notified the Commissioner of circumstances that would prompt providing bus passes to residents, such as family reunifications, employment opportunities, etc. Commissioners Clark and Andriolo on 4/14 asked if there would be a way to track how many people are visiting Washoe Checkbook, and both commissioners were provided with a link to our Google Analytics platform for Washoe Checkbook that can be accessed at any time. So if any of you are interested in that. On 5/31, Commissioner Clark requested to know who wrote the library ballot measure. Assistant County Manager Thomas provided that information to the Commissioner. On 5/20, Commissioner Clark inquired about why VOA is taking over RISE at the CARES campus when it costs more. The Commissioner was provided the scoring document that was used in the RFP process, additional Q&A outlining why VOA was selected. On 5/20 also, Commissioner Clark asked communications to post on social media regarding the Green Waste Program. PIO of Drysdale contacted Truckee Meadows Fire PIO, who had already communicated it out through X, Blue Sky, and Nextdoor. Secondly, so those are the commissioner updates. As far as other items, I do have a report out. There was a request on 3/11 from Commissioner Andriola to look into the travel and employment arrangements surrounding the CIO. There was an investigation conducted by HR, and the report out, I think looks like was issued on 4/17. I don't know why this is
Delayed.
It's taking so long to get here. But I did want to report that all employee arrangements with regards to his travel, his compensation, et cetera, were found to be compliant with county policy. And there also was a review of not just his arrangements, but the arrangements of all the other employees. And again, the county was found to be compliant. So, and then with regards to the upcoming report from our independent consultant, many of you may know that the commission requested an independent review of the Office of the County Manager. The firm that conducted that review is called Raftellus. The report, as I understand it, will be provided later this week to the commission and to the department heads and ultimately the public. I have had an opportunity to do a debrief with the Raftellus team, as has my direct report team. In fact, they're planning to get together with the consultants later this week to begin mapping out what the next steps are. I would just like to say that I'm very pleased with the quality of work that they did. I think there's some very innovative recommendations that they are planning to make. I think there are some best practices from other jurisdictions around the country that Washoe County can benefit from. I can tell you that in terms of the Office of the County Manager and my team, they've already indicated to the consultants that they're prepared to engage and see what we can do, particularly around the areas of improving communication between the commissioners and the office of the county manager, as well as with the department heads. I think one of the key recommendations or observations you're going to see in that report is a need to, as Ref Tellis calls it, reset the relationship between the office of the county manager and the county manager specifically and the commissioners. And I've reflected on that over the last couple of weeks and come to the point of view, this is a good time for me to step down as county manager. When you get to a point where the kinds of communications challenges that are reflected in this report occur, I think one has to look at themselves and at the situation and say, well, maybe this is no longer the right place for me to be in order to be effective or for the organization to continue to move forward. So I have provided my my retirement. I need to be careful about that, Commissioner Herman, from the county effective June 30th, so that this board and the organization can get on with the business of recruiting your next county manager, getting that person in place so that the county can move forward. I do want to say that I'm very appreciative and thankful to my direct report team in the office of the county manager, to all the 3,100 employees in the county who have embraced me over the last 5.5, 6 years, and those who have challenged me, because it has made me and our team figure out how to do things better when maybe we didn't have it right the first time. I think the list of accomplishments, and I don't consider them to be Eric's accomplishments, I consider them to be the organization's accomplishments, are many and will be lasting. And I won't go into them. I will just say thank you to everybody who has supported me and worked with me over the last 5.5 years. I don't know what's next for me. I'm going to find something else to do. But I will always look upon my time here at Washoe County in a favorable light. I'm a fan of the county. I love it here. I hope I get to stay here in my next endeavor. And Madam Chair, those are my comments for this morning.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for your service. It's been amazing to see all the things that we have been able to accomplish for this community, and I think that there are a lot of accomplishments that have your fingerprints all over them. So we're very grateful for all you've done for Washoe County.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Herman.
All I can say at this point is that we will miss you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to echo Vice Chair Herman's comments, and, personally very sorry to see you go. And I respect your decision to retire and pursue other endeavors, but your work here really has made a profound impact and has been felt by many. And in the 5 years that we've experienced COVID, the taking on of homeless services, moving towards regional CAD, dipping our toes into the mental health realm. I mean, these are huge initiatives, Eric, and I really appreciate your leadership and guiding us through some really difficult times. You've been a shield to many of your department heads and staff people during some really volatile political times. So I just respect you very much, and I am excited to see where your next endeavor takes you. So
thank you.
Thank you. That's just the first part. I wanted to shift gears. It feels awkward to shift gears. Can I just say that we've got a couple of items on consent that we won't have a presentation for. So I just wanted to give them just a nod really quick, if you'll indulge me.
Of course.
Item 7A3 regarding the Parks District Service Plan, and item 7F2 regarding the $20,000 of District 3 discretionary funds to help pay for the plan. I just would love to acknowledge that most of the heavy lifting that this endeavor took was done back in 2017 to pass this enabling legislation in the state of Nevada for us to be eligible to have a parks district. here in Washoe County. And I'd like to take a moment to especially thank Julie Conway and her fellow park advocates, some of which are in the room. And I know Julie's not here today, but she's listening. And also to our staff who've been heavily involved, our former Washoe County Parks Operation Superintendent Colleen Wallace-Burnham. I see Nathan Eula in the crowd from the City of Reno's Parks and Rec Director. Thank you for being here today. And our colleagues, especially at the City of Reno, and they also sit on the Reno Development Agency. This is a really big deal for our region, and the torch has been carried by a lot of individuals, and the persistence needed to pursue this service plan, which has historically gotten more and more expensive each year that has passed. We are finally at this point. It was passed unanimously by the City of Reno last week. It's on today's agenda. And, the City of Reno will be throwing in $63,550. Washoe County will be contributing $100K, 20 of which came from me personally, and the redevelopment agency, $60,000. So again, this is a kind of a monumental day for us as a region. We'll see what the plan outlines for us in terms of efficiencies and financial revenue sources and governance and all of that. We're not going to get into today, but I'm just really excited about what the future holds for our parks, trails, open space, and those are my comments for this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and you've been a big leader on this, and so it's so exciting to see it finally move forward. Thank you for your leadership and also providing funds. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to share that the Lazy Five's 20th year anniversary celebration on Saturday was amazing. The weather, it couldn't have been any better. And just seeing everyone, in the park. It started at 10 a.m., it ended at 8 p.m., and the vendors and the attendees and the musicians, and kudos to all the rangers who put the event and the celebration together, and the celebration that they have every Wednesday. So I hope that you can put Lazy Five on your great things to do on Wednesday at 6, I believe, 6 or 6:30, until every Wednesday until August 13th. There's a music series, and that's what this celebration was 20 years of celebration. So it was great. It was a great time. So I want to thank all the park rangers for all their hard work and for all those who contributed. And I certainly will now move to your announcement, Manager Brown. And I really want to thank you for everything. I can't imagine, I wasn't here, although I lived here, but certainly navigating the challenges with COVID and, navigating all of the changes, even with the commission. I'm sure that that's not something that is always easy. And so I too am very encouraged with the Ref Telus report. I think that there are amazing opportunities that we can see from that, and your footprint will be a part of that, to be honest. And I think that that's something that you should celebrate. It's great that I hope one day I can use the retire word, because I can only imagine what it might feel to just wake up every day and smell the roses, whatever those roses may be. So I hope you can smell the roses, and I hope you can enjoy every single moment of every single day that, and know that Washoe County you've made a difference in Washoe County. So thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to Manager Brown, and wish you the best on whatever you may do. That being said, I'm going to shift over to some other concerns that I have, and the first one is the fire board meeting we had the other day. I left that meeting very, very disgusted and unhappy, not for me, it's for the citizens of my district, Washoe Valley and District 2. They've been promised a fire station for years and years and years, and now they find out that they're not going to get this fire station. they should have had the heads up before the acting chief went on a local news station and revealed that information. So I think Mr. Lowe mentioned something about talking about honoring people who came before us and voted on things before us. I believe it was this fire station had been approved in the past, and now when we're on the dais, now doesn't look like this is going to happen. I hope I can reach out to the new fire chief and see if there's some way to kind of resuscitate this and revive this and bring this back. This is a health and safety issue for folks. We've heard people talk about fires and how it's affected them, and I think one of the best ways to slow down a fire is to have a fire station nearby to have somebody there who can reach out and start working on it in a very rapid pace. So very unhappy that this promise it looked like it's been delayed or put off or not going to happen. So very unhappy. So I'm going to talk about some other issues that come to mind. I had a meeting with a couple of judges at the courthouse about 2 or 3 weeks ago. There's a good article I urge everyone to read, today's This is Reno by Bob Conrad, about the radon at the courts. Really a deep dive on what really might be happening there. You know, the lung cancer, second to smoking, the radon is the leading cause of lung cancer, is what I'm told. So that's something that we should be very concerned about. And as far as certification of inspections and how it was done, and the judges are concerned about it over there. And they called a meeting with me and expressed that. I mean, judges are very reluctant to go on the record with things like this because the appearance of impropriety, but they are very concerned over there. So they've asked me to relay that, and I believe if folks in the county read this article in This is Reno, they'll have a better understanding of why this is so important. Next, I want to thank the folks that showed up from my district and talking about the wild horse fencing. I see most of them left now. We had one of the bigger turnouts that we've had last at our CAB meeting, Citizens Advisory Board meeting. Pretty good turnout. Must have been 50, 60 people there. We had 6 people show up, so about 10% of the folks. I think at our meeting, it was probably 99 or 100% of the folks had the exact same concerns about horses not being able to get to water and inhumane treatment and fire mitigation by chewing up the dead grass or cheat grass or whatever they're eating out there. So I think that this is a state fence. I think that the city of Reno had some participation in that. I know Naomi Dewar has been very passionate about that. Maybe we could ask her to come and make a presentation to the commissioners about what's really taking place out there. She's got about 10 years head start on us with studying that issue. And I'd like to hear a report from her if we could get that on the agenda. I also had a meeting with 4 of the 7 elected officials in the county. The clerk, the treasurer, the public administrator, the assessor. I had breakfast with them last Friday, and just talking about their concerns. These are elected folks that are representing their constituents. People have elected them for this office. And why I'm bringing this up is, you know, life-changing situation, maybe that's too strong a word, but a real thing that would really help their office is, you know, $100,000, $200,000, something like that. Just a little, in the budget of $1 billion plus money, $100,000, $200,000 isn't that big of an ask. And so my question was, why did we hire one contractor to replace another contractor, and the new contractor charges $1.1 million more? What was the real reason for that? And I ask each of these elected officials if we could take that money and save that money and use it for your departments, would you be able to do a better job? And they all agreed that would be life-changing for them. So that was my question. I voted because I missed how it was on the agenda, and I voted yes for something, and I asked for it to be reconsidered. In the commissioner rule book, that's allowed. If you vote in the affirmative on something, you're allowed to have it reconsidered. And when I asked for it to be reconsidered, the answer was no. And I probably thought it was going to pass anyhow, but I at least wanted to have this discussion that I'm having now, or at least these comments on the public record now, that when you hire somebody who's doing a good job, and hires and replace him, have somebody who does a good job and replace him with some other company, and the other company charges an extra $1.1 million. Well, why did you do that during times of economic hardship for the county? Why would anybody do that? And then if you had those savings, we could have saved the 1.1 and distributed it among some other offices. We could probably got better service and more things done. So I just thought it was a fiscal responsible thing to bring up, but I was denied that. So here's a commissioner request that I have. How many times in the last 10 years has a commissioner asked for reconsideration and was turned down? I'm going to see how many times that's happened. So that's my question about that. So, and I've got some records that I want to give to the clerk to put on the public record so anybody can look at exactly what I'm talking about here. Next, so it doesn't fall through the cracks, I'm definitely wanting to talk about 7C1, 7D2, 7E1, and item number 13. So I want to get that on the record before those get voted on today, that they don't slip through my cracks. Thanks.
Commissioner Andriola.
I just wanted to make one quick announcement. I apologize for not utilizing my time efficiently.
Okay.
I just want to let everyone know that July 22nd is the Budget 101 for the Washoe County checkbook, and the notice went out yesterday, and in that notice, there's an input portal for feedback, even asking your questions in advance or asking any questions that you might have related to that. But it is for sure, it's July 22nd in this room from 5:30 to 7. And again, that input portal is available if people want to start submitting their questions. It'll be helpful in terms of preparing, and the staff, again, kudos to everyone that participated in that. And we're hoping for a really good turnout, and really excited that this will be a part of the budget process moving forward, and every year we'll have that. So it'll be recorded if you can't make it, and it'll give everyone an opportunity then to even review the recording, maybe as they're looking and perusing through the Washoe checkbook. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague at the end of the dais likes to clarify things for the public record, and so I would welcome the public to go back and watch the June 3rd Fire Commission meeting. My colleague said he walked out because he was unhappy and disgusted. Well, what he failed to mention, and I'd like to put on the record today, is that my colleague purposefully and deliberately broke quorum, leaving two of us to handle county business with a room full of people, full-time employees, representing lawyers, firefighters, county staff, sitting here for 15 minutes, 24 FTE on your taxpayer dollar, waiting for a commissioner to come back to a meeting and fulfill his duty to serve. That did not happen. We frantically called two other commissioners who had excused absences, one of which had to come out of a private dental exam to finish county business. The most important item being finalizing the contract for our new fire chief, probably the most important health and wellness decision and vote that we can make. So while I appreciate his concerns, I had no complaints about what he said, the questions he asked, or the advocacy for Washoe County to provide the highest level of service for our Washoe County Valley residents. No complaints there. What I do have a complaint is, as Manager Brown noted, communication is critical, and it's a two-way street. So I would like to see us have more productive conversation in a manner that serves our public the best.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now move into our presentations. 5A1, Manager Brown.
Item 5A1 is a presentation by Mike Larangreta President and CEO of the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority and 2024 Tourism Research Findings. Welcome, Mr. Larigetta.
Good morning. For the record, Mike Larigetta, Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority. Commission Chair Hill, Commissioners, County Manager Brown, thank you for the opportunity to have Future Partners present today. County Manager Brown, off script, it's been a pleasure getting to know you, work with you. I don't know what your retirement involves, but as you know, in your background, indoor track season is right around the corner, so we'd love to see you over at the Convention Center blowing a whistle.
I'll be here.
Best of luck to you, sir. Future Partners recently provided the 2024 Visitor Profile Study and Resident Sentiment Study at the RCVA's April board meeting. This data is used to assist with strengthening Visit Reno Tahoe's marketing, advertising, and organizational strategies. The RCVA board and senior staff felt it would be beneficial to share this data with the county commissioners today. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Alex Mullen from Future Partners, who is visiting from San Francisco, resides in San Francisco, but is a graduate of the University of Nevada. Alex.
Oh, welcome. Thank you for coming back to Reno.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. As he said, my name is Alex Mullen. I'm a research director at Future Partners. Future Partners is a creative insights agency that shapes winning strategies for the travel and tourism industry. In addition to working with destinations like the RSCVA, we also have a rich data set that tracks American traveler sentiment over time. So I just want to start this presentation with some highlights just to set the context for what I'll be talking about most later on in the presentation. So this is looking at expected spending over time, and we're seeing that 2025 levels on spending has returned to 2024 after that dip in January, and confidence that now is actually a good time to be spending on travel is taking a decline. And why is that? We're seeing recession fears are growing, especially this past year. May is indicating a potential ease in that worrying, but also traveler confidence about their financial future is also declining over the past few months. Also within that, our rich syndicated data set, we have American travelers rate their perceptions on different destinations across the U.S., and Reno is part of that data set. So just wanted to kind of highlight some perceptions and sentiment around Reno, Nevada specifically. As you can see here on these slides, about a quarter of folks are giving you a quote an A in that, and about half of respondents believe Reno is becoming more popular as a destination. In terms of familiarity, a quarter of folks are familiar with the things to see and do in Reno, and over half believe Reno is a unique destination, different from other places they can go anywhere else. In terms of travel accessibility, about half of people feel like the experiences in Reno are accessible to diverse travelers, and 3 in 5 believe that Reno has a welcoming atmosphere. In terms of motivation and likelihood to visit, that those numbers tend to be a little bit lower, around 40% for motivation and 25% for likely to visit. In terms of destination deterrence, why are people not coming to visit Reno? Some of the top items you're seeing here, just not on the radar. They prefer other travel destinations, but they just don't know enough of what is there to do in Reno. However, looking kind of on the resident and meeting side of things, over half of our respondents believe that Reno is an appealing place to live, as well as it's an appealing place to hold meetings and conventions. All right, I'm actually going to now dive into some of the context, the custom work that we did with the RSCVA. Looking at a visitor profile, when we do this type of research, we're trying to understand who is coming to the Reno Tahoe area, why are they coming, how do we get them to re-engage and return. So in order to address this primary objective, we conducted an online survey with 600 visitors to the Reno Tahoe area. That is inclusive of Washoe County. And we looked at visitors who came to the area in calendar year 2024. First key takeaway here is visitors are predominantly coming from California with a diverse demographic profile. You can see here California is that top origin state with the largest share of visitors coming from the San Francisco and the Sacramento metropolitan areas. In terms of demographics, your visitors are equally likely to be male and female. The average age is 46.8 years. People most identify as white, though Asian, Hispanic are also sizable portions. Most of the visitors are married, 1/3 have a child in the household, and the average household income of visitors is $103,000. Looking at demographics compared to 2023, a lot of those demographics remain consistent. The two key takeaways to look here is that in 2024, your visitors were slightly more male and more affluent. Key takeaway 2, visitors are typically traveling to Reno for vacation, leisure, and to enjoy the lake and to gamble. Again, that primary trip purpose is to take a vacation. Your overnight visitors are equally motivated to visit the Reno-Tahoe area, to gamble, and to visit Lake Tahoe. Most are arriving by their own personal car, though 1 in 5 are arriving by airplane. Overnight visitors are staying on average 3.2 nights in Market, and where are they staying? They're predominantly staying at casino hotels, though 1 in 5 are staying at either a non-gaming casino or at a private residence of their family and friends. Visitors are most commonly traveling with another companion. The average travel party size is 2.6 persons. Who are they traveling with? It's most likely their significant other, but important to note that 1/4 of visitors are traveling to Reno with children under the age of 18. Where are they visiting? Most are coming to downtown Reno, as well as Incline and Sand Harbor areas. The top activities that they're doing in Market: gambling, visiting Lake Tahoe, and engaging in outdoor activities, which really aligns with their primary motivations for why they're coming to visit in the first place. Your overnight visitors are spending on average $273 per person per day. So again, that's money being infused back to the county. Takeaway 3, visitors perceive Reno-Tahoe as a really vibrant, spirited, and outdoorsy destination. We asked our visitors to rate Reno-Tahoe on a set of brand statements, and most say that Reno-Tahoe is a fun and vibrant atmosphere. It's a place where they can live life to the fullest, and it's a place that has a spirit of independence. We also asked our visitors to rate Reno-Tahoe on a set of attributes. And what you're seeing here, what's rising to the top of this list are outdoor-oriented attributes. So having access to the outdoors, water activities, winter activities, all those are rising to the top. Also receiving higher marks, gambling and family-friendly activities. Now, this is a busy chart, but let me break it down for you. What we're showing here is that light blue line. That is the percent of visitors who are rating each attribute as important to selecting a vacation destination, and that's being compared against this wavy dark blue line, which is Reno-Tahoe's rating. And when we look at the difference between those two lines, what we're seeing is that Reno-Tahoe is overperforming on most of these attributes tested. Focusing your attention on the left-hand side of that chart, those are the attributes that our visitors are saying are important to selecting a vacation destination, and where Reno-Tahoe is overperforming. Again, those outdoor-oriented attributes. Reno-Tahoe is just underperforming on just 2 attributes: value for the money and having a variety of museums and art galleries. Visitors are typically planning and booking their vacations shortly before they arrive. The average planning window is 1.2 months. The average booking window is 0.9 months. And then finally, for this visitor profile, visitors do have a positive Reno-Tahoe experience, and they're likely to return. 3/4 of visitors report really high satisfaction with their overall trip. A similar share say that they would recommend Reno-Tahoe to others who are looking for a vacation destination. And a larger share said that they were likely to return to Reno for vacation. Moving on to the resident sentiment side. So this type of research, what we really want to understand is Washoe County resident perceptions of the tourism industry and how it's impacting them personally. So what we did, we conducted an online survey with 400 Washoe County residents. Key takeaway number 1, really residents have positive perceptions about the tourism industry and how it impacts them personally. In general, if we look at a chart on the right, over half of residents feel like they expect that their quality of life is going to improve in a year. And this is higher than looking at the chart on the left, this is higher than the share of residents who say that their quality of life has improved since last year. So they're feeling very optimistic about the future here. If we look at the chart on the left, 60% have positive perceptions about Washoe County's tourism industry. Looking at the chart on the right, they also feel that Washoe County's tourism industry is impacting them and their families in a positive way. Looking at these two metrics year over year, we see that positive sentiment is really maintaining consistency year over year from 2023 to 2024. Key takeaway too here, positive sentiment about tourism and its impact on jobs has improved since last year. We asked our residents to rate their level of agreement of how Washoe County tourism is impacting jobs. And about half say that the area is providing ample job opportunities, yet only a quarter say that those tourism jobs are paying well. So this is suggesting that while there's the perception there's readily available tourism jobs, they may not be pursuing them because their perception that it has low wages associated with it. Despite this, that positive perception has increased since 2023. Also looking at tourism's impact on the local economy, this is also a positive narrative here. We asked our residents to rate their level of agreement with how Washoe County's tourism industry is impacting the local economy. A large share of the residents say that it is really important to Washoe County's economy now and in the future. Just noting that 37%, a third of Washoe County residents do say that they feel that Washoe County may be too dependent on tourism. Again, despite that, those positive perceptions about how the local tourism industry is impacting the economy, those have also improved since last year. And finally, looking at how the tourism industry impacts the community, there's some positive and negative benefits that residents see to the tourism industry. And to really highlight this, I'm just kind of call out those metrics that are boxed. A large share of residents believe, for example, that the tourism industry supports local events, sporting events, festivals, cultural experiences, yet a very similar share also feel that tourism is bringing crowds and traffic to the community. And again, both these positive and negative impacts are increasing year over year, so really highlighting the need to help mitigate the potential risks that people and residents are seeing with tourism in Washoe County. And with that, I will now welcome questions from the board.
Thank you so much. And I wanted you to come and present this to the board because I think it's a really great snapshot of who our visitor is and what our residents think of tourism. And I am excited because, and also optimistic as our residents are about the future of Washoe County, but also I think that seeing that we have such a strong drive market, even with a potential recession, I think that I'm hoping people will still see Lake Tahoe and Reno as their backyard and feel like it's accessible to come here. But it's really good to also see that we have families that we need to cater to as well. And I just wanted local businesses to be aware of who these folks are and how they can best take advantage of people and outside money coming to our community. So thank you for the presentation. Vice Chair Herman?
I just wanted to thank you too for being here today. That was very interesting.
Thank you.
Informational. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much for being here today. Is the data that you presented today available to the public in a report?
Yes, it is, and it should be available online. Yeah, on rscva.com.
Great, thank you. I really appreciated how you outlined the who and the why. And the note I wrote down is that a quarter of people are visiting with children under the age of 18.
Yes.
And I think that if I were queen of the, for the day and had a magic wand, we would have the best outdoor sporting venues, flat fields, for baseball, soccer, all of the sports in this region, if we had the land and we had the transit to get people there efficiently. But I mean, that is such an economic driver. Anybody with youth under the age of 18 traveling for sports. I mean, as somebody that has kids that travel out of state for track and wrestling already at such a young age, it's just dollar signs, in terms of hotels and food and all of those outings that you take. So I was curious if you could give us a quick update on the indoor track. I know that we've had an event or two, so I was hoping that you can kind of shine the light on how that has positively impacted. And this is like state-of-the-art, just incredibly huge asset for our region, so I'd like you to shine the light on that, please.
Thank you. Great question. Again, Mike Larragetta for the record. I would love to see how Alex answered that. That would be great. But, yes, so we are getting ready to embark on our second season of indoor track. The first year we completed 8 meets, 4 hosted by the University of Nevada, 4 outside meets, a Pacific Association, and 1 other entity. This year we already have 12 meets on the books, 6 hosted by the University of Nevada, 4 by Pacific Association. We're also, we announced that we're hosting 2 conference championships, which will be both the men's and women's Mountain West Conference Championship, and then also a second conference, which is a makeup of several West Coast schools that aren't directly affiliated with a conference, specifically the Pac-12, which, as you know, doesn't currently exist until next year. So the goal is to not only grow the size of the meets, the number of meets, and expand our participants in terms of not being so much a regional destination for indoor track, but be a national. Our goal is to have competitors from the Midwest and the East Coast and the Northeast. One thing that we learned through our first season is that our track is a very fast track in the world of indoor track. And so it sounds like you have youth that compete in track, so you know that setting records and establishing personal best times is a priority. And we truly feel that as we progress and the word continues to get out across the country about the speed of our track, that we will attract people from all over the country.
Thank you. And I'm so glad you asked that, Commissioner Garcia, because I want Mike to come back and talk about all the initiatives that RSCVA has taken on since he's been our fearless leader, because I think that there's a lot of exciting things that are happening locally. So we'll have you back to you and expand on those things.
We would love to. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andriola.
So I think that just queued up some of my questions without even knowing what my colleagues were going to talk about. Number one, thank you for the presentation. I think it's great. So thank you, Chair Hill, for having this information. I, too, was wondering if this information was going to be available to the point where businesses obviously want to also tweak or look at this information in terms how they can better posture, whatever it is that, you know, whether it's outdoor, whether it's gaming, whether it's the lit, whatever it might be. And so I think I'll just ask a little bit deeper question to Commissioner Garcia's point about its availability. Having it out there is great, and I'm just wondering if there is some type of information that is actually going out through businesses, through some of the organizations and associations and various other folks that, depending on the industry, if that is going to be shared. So I was wondering that myself.
So I think I'm going to ask Christina Ernie to join me at the podium here. So Christina's our Vice President of Marketing, who can, I can answer the question, but I think Christina can put more depth into it.
Okay.
The answer is, I can tell you from the RSCVA's perspective, we absolutely look at the data. That data really drives decisions as it relates to where we market, how we market, and who we market to. And so we utilize that information to really help us make decisions on the best allocation of our funds in the marketing and advertising world. So, Christina?
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Christina Ernie, Vice President of Marketing. Yes, we have been conducting this survey over the years, and we really use it to compare, year-over-year data that helps really determine that our marketing efforts are not only getting to the right people, but also as we determine the customer of the future, that we are chipping away at getting the customer that we want here. So when we're seeing that household income for visitors is growing every year, we know that we are attracting that more affluent traveler. As we see families increasingly coming here, we know we're expanding into that market as well. And then when we see that the age several years ago was higher, and now we've kind of flattened out around that 46-year-old as an average age, we see that we're attracting right in the middle of one of our target audiences. So we use this data and integrate it throughout all of our efforts. And to address one of your first questions, yes, the data is online at rscva.com. It is a very in-depth, I think there's hundreds of pages in this report. So this was, I know, a very quick flyby presentation, but if anyone has any questions on any of the data, any of the resident sentiment data, the visitor profile data, please don't hesitate to take a look of it online and reach out to me personally, and I'm happy to answer any questions
Thanks.
as well.
Well, at least I gave you an opportunity to say rcva.com. So everyone should be looking at this, especially the businesses and everyone who is really benefiting. And then that economic domino effect goes into our community. And so that's going to, position me into my next question. There were a couple things identified that had to do with the good value, for instance, and the variety of museums and art. And so that's what got me thinking, and the convenience, access to the outdoors, of leveraging, some type of economic opportunity for those that are in those spaces, so they too can have that information to help leverage and help work in terms of you all are doing a great job in terms of getting folks here, but I think it's one thing just to market, it's another to deliver, and that's where I'm coming from, is leveraging that synergy within all the organizations that want us all to be successful. So that's where I was coming from on that. And then my last comment is, all of this has an equation to economic development in terms of the economic benefit. And I'm just wondering, maybe when you do come back, there might be an opportunity to look at sharing that information, because these numbers equate to dollars spent. Those dollars spent stay here. The folks go back, but then they come, and then they tell their friends or tell other folks. So I think having what that economic impact would be really, really helpful, and I'll look forward to getting that information. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you, and great comments. And to your point, Commissioner Andrella, we make an effort to communicate the information throughout our website, working with the chamber, but as Commissioner Hill knows, one of our goals at the RCVA this last fiscal year and continuing forward is community engagement, and to get out in front of the public to share the information, because there is so much valuable, rich data that businesses, I think, don't realize that we have available to share with them. One of the things that we launched this last year was, when it has always been, for whatever reason, restricted on our website, is inbound conventions that are scheduled to materialize over the next 90 days. We list every single piece of business that we have been affiliated on the convention side, meetings, conventions, sports, youth groups, whatever it may be, because we know that that information is critical to local business owners based on hours of operation, based on staffing, based on what they may offer, based on the demographic of the attendees. And so I think the commercial here is we need to do a better job of getting that message out to the community.
Well, as you know, there are plenty of opportunities on an annual basis to have some economic updates from other organizations. Maybe you can elbow your way in. I think it would be great, because all the folks in that audience, and you know which ones I'm talking about, are the actual businesses that could benefit for that. I'm sure they're looking at it. I don't really know if they are or they aren't, but just trying to say that I appreciate that engagement is part of the focus of the strategic plan that you guys have laid out. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. I was particularly interested in your review and information you had about local folks and what the locals thought about this. And to me, that's key. I mean, they're the folks that live here. But also, I'd like to see if there's a possibility of tracking who else from Nevada is coming here. I mean, people from Elko, people from Lovelock. I mean, and if people show up and they're a tourist and they're coming from Carson City and to spend the day, and whether they're eating at Ruth Chris or getting a corn dog at the mall, I mean, they're still tourists. They're still spending money. We're taxing it all. There's tax revenue on all of those items, whether they're staying in a camper or at a campground and paying rent somewhere, or staying in one of the finest hotels that we have available. So it's nice to see what impact Nevada to Nevada might have on the Reno area. We've got things here that Vegas has things that we don't have, and we've got things that they don't have. They don't have Lake Tahoe, and never going to get it, and they don't have the Truckee River, and there's lots and lots of things that we have here. But I think about people from Bishop, and people come into town for medical reasons or banking reasons or financial reasons. They stay overnight, and they eat and drink and gamble and do whatever else tourists do. So a tourist, a visitor, how far away do you have to be? If somebody comes in from the south end of Washoe Valley and spends a day in Reno, are they a tourist? Are they a visitor? They're here. They're doing something. So the economic impact is to our community is very important. And you also continue to mention Reno, and I think this should be more Washoe County, and this is a whole thing. It isn't just Reno. I know a lot of the folks that live here would like to do other things besides just go to Reno, but there's other things happening here, concerts and different things that happen here, all the festivals, all the things that we do in the summer. So it all draws people, and that's what it's all about. So thank you for the good work.
And I would plug one thing that the RCVA is doing to get the word out. We have, is it quarterly stakeholder meetings?
Yeah, quarterly stakeholder meetings.
And so business people, community people can learn about all the things that are coming up at the RCVA. So that has been a game changer as well. But we'll have you back to talk more about all things RSCVA. And thank you all for your time. This was great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next presentation, 5A2, Manager Brown.
Item 5A2 is a presentation by Tracy Bowles, Washoe County Public Guardian, to give an update on work of the Public Guardian's Office.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Tracy Bowles, and I am your Public Guardian. This is our very brief overview this morning of our department. As you know, our mission of our department is to serve as court-appointed guardians for people that are 18 years of age and older. This is a little look at our budget. It's just a small budget of $3.09 million.
We do not have the...
Oh, you
well,
don't-
the PowerPoint is just on one screen. I don't know if it's going to pop up here. But
Let's see if
Josh is saying
going to
hold,
solve the
and he's-
problem. You tell me, Madam Chair, when you can
We'll just
see
turn
it.
around and I think we have it on, folks have it on there. Oh, there it is.
You
There
got
it
it.
is. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. So our budget just represents 0.25% of Washoe County. Our revenues are also quite small. We are only allowed to take our court costs, or our costs for our Public Guardians Department, once the court approves them, and once our protected persons no longer need them for their care. We're 20 individuals in this department that do a lot of amazing work. A lot of them are sitting behind me, so you don't have to just look at me.
Yay.
They're sitting behind me too. We are governed by a couple of statutes, primarily 159 governs all of guardianship for adult guardianship. 253 governs the public guardians particularly. And then there are a lot of other statutes that we have to comply with because guardianship is quite diverse. We use the National Guardianship Association Standards of Practice as our guiding principles. We've included these here for you too because we don't talk about them much in these presentations. But they're really important. In 2022, they released the updated standards. There's 25 standards that really govern our work. They include language that's really intentional language to imply our duties, to create discretion and authority, to recognize mandates and prohibitions, and really highlight the rights of the individuals in the work that we do. This is something I wanted to include today, how to spot a good guardian. This is something that NGA puts out. A good guardian really treats people with the people that they're working with dignity. They involve the person in their decision-making to the greatest extent possible. They place the least restrictive options on the person's freedoms and rights. They try to maximize the self-reliance, dignity, and independence of the person. And they respect that the money and the property that they are managing belongs to the person. And they adhere to the highest ethical standards. This is really hard work. And so I wanted to say that this is the work that my folks are doing every day. These are just some fun facts about us. So we serve all people ages 18 and over. About 67% of that population is over the age of 60. About 15% of that population is between 18 and 40. And about 18% of that population is at 40 to 60. And I highlight that group just for you because those are the hardest individuals to serve in our community because there are gaps in resources for them, gaps in housing, and gaps in services for them. If you are an adult between the ages of 40 and 60 in this community and you have cognitive impairments where you can't actually manage your own finances and property, we don't have a lot of resources for you. So we work really hard in that 18%. Our fiscal year 25 numbers obviously aren't completed, but we've had 46 new cases this year. And another fun fact is that the average length of the active guardianship within our department is 8 years and 11 months. So sometimes we're with people for a really long time, sometimes up until the end of their lives. So we get to know our people really well and really intimately. Our caseload, as you see, has kind of creeped up in the last couple of years. Right now, our department caseload is 1 to 24. The national standard we try to hit is 1 to 20. That 1 to 24 is a department ratio. It is not an individual case manager ratio. These are what our individual case manager ratios look like. You'll see that our guardian case manager 2s actually carry higher caseloads. They're kind of the workhorse of our organization. Our guardianship case manager 3s carry extra duties, and they carry a lot more complicated cases sometimes. So those caseloads tend to be lower. And then you'll see at the end our case manager 1s. Those are new people that we're onboarding into our department. We feel like it's really important to give them deep learning and spend time training them so that we can retain them and not have turnover in our department. And so we keep those caseloads low until they know what they're actually doing out there. This is a new slide that you haven't really seen, and we've run some numbers about the characteristic of the type of client that is coming into the public guardianship department. Even though those caseload numbers haven't changed significantly in our department, the time that we're spending managing personal and real property has dramatically changed. The people that are coming to us under guardianship now have a lot more resources financially and in terms of even owning property, and so that takes a lot of extra time that we don't have the historical resources in our department to really manage. This is another little pictograph that you can see. You know, in 2022, we had 3 houses that we were managing for our protected people, but that number keeps multiplying year over year in terms of the work that we're doing in our department. As you can see also, our numbers in terms of the finances that we were managing, those have been growing year over year. You'll notice a dip this year. That represents some really specific work that we did to find other community partners where we could take cases where they had a lot of financial resources and find somebody else to serve as guardian so that the public guardian doesn't have to do that. So we're actively engaged in those partnerships to find cases that we don't actually need to be responsible for. Some of our mandatory reporting that we have to give to the court, these are just our on-time reporting timelines. We're trying to get to 90%. You see that last year we got really close to that, 85.2 with our annual reports. I suspect we're going to see a little dip in this year because we have onboarded some new staff and that has really changed what that caseload looks like. So we'll be climbing back up, in the next years as we try to reach that goal. This is a pictograph of all the different kinds of people we interact with in guardianship. It's vast and broad, and you don't have to look at every single little dot on there to know that these are that we work with a lot of people in guardianship, and because of that, collaborating with our community partners is really important. So I just wanted to highlight that as an accomplishment for us. We spend a lot of time collaborating with community partners, our other Washoe County organizations, our state partners, our private partners. We're really excited to work with REMSA starting this summer to sort of interact with them and train to how do we provide isolated seniors in our community more assistance that doesn't have to end in guardianship. What can we do before we get there? So we're really excited about that upcoming collaboration. Another accomplishment I really wanted to highlight is our intern program with the University of Nevada School of Social Work. I have 2 guardianship case manager 3s who really spearheaded this year. They're with me in the audience today, Ashley and Natasha, and they did an amazing job onboarding these 3 young ladies, training them, showing them what we do for work, showing them, both the dirty side of it and the really celebratory side of what we do in guardianship, and they should be really applauded for the work that they did, kind of shepherding these young women to graduation. And then another accomplishment I want to highlight is our internal training academy. My supervising case managers, Sue Wild, this was sort of born out of her head and came into life, and she and Allison Vitz, who are both here today, they are spearheading this, really learning how individuals learn and being able to teach to that learning style and really gaining confidence before we put them out there with our protected people. We think we're doing a great job at this, and we're really excited to present this up at the National Guardianship Conference this year in Oklahoma City. And so hopefully we can show other public guardians how we're doing this here in Washoe County. And then, as we, with the silver tsunami coming and the dementia tsunami, we're just facing doing the more with same. And so how are we going to do that for our staff? Well, we're going to try to streamline reporting for our staff to make that burden a little less. And we're going to really actively work toward termination so we don't have to be the guardian for everyone in our community and find other options and restore rights where those need to be restored. We're going to also engage private providers in our community to try to take on those guardianships and simplify our policies and procedures so that staff can spend less time looking for those things and knowing what they're supposed to be doing out there. And then we're really just going to try to capitalize on the teamwork of our department. We have lots of a diverse team, and they all have really different strengths, and so we're going to really try to capitalize on those strengths in this next year. And so I don't really have any asks for the board this morning. I just put these two up. You've seen these last year as well. I really, any way you can strengthen protections against elder abuse in our community, it's really, really important. Most of the people that come to the public guardian's office have been exploited in some way or another, and we're trying to untangle that for them and also then find them resources. And then just filling those gaps in housing, the more supported housing we have for that 40 to 60 in our community helps us greatly. So that's all I have for you today.
Thank you so much, and thank you to you and your team. This is hard work. These are folks who are in a really tough situation and have a lot of personal issues, and I know that the commitment and dedication coming into the office and serving this community is just incredible. So I am blown away by you and your team, and thank you for putting Washoe County as a national model at these conferences. I'm so proud about that. So Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you so much for coming and explaining what you do there. It's a very, very important thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much to you and your team for spending time with us today. I think you're fighting for dignity every single day, and you can't really think of more compassionate work than fighting for children and adults that are vulnerable in our community. So I applaud you and your team for your service and your dedication. You answered my question in your last couple of comments related to, a large part of what you do is helping to prevent future neglect and abuse of our vulnerable adults in our community. And you said that many of the referrals come to you through those reports. Are there, what other touch points or referral touch points do you have where people come into contact with you in your office?
Sure. I think the largest referral source is actually our hospitals. Individuals land in the hospital, usually from some kind of medical event, but then they can't discharge because they are lacking capacity. A lot of those individuals don't have homes either, and so the hospital will petition us. Our second largest referral sources has been nursing homes. That is also kind of unique. I think individuals are discharging from the hospital to a nursing home through other funding sources, and then their funding sort of runs out and they can't access those funds. We also get a lot of referrals from adult protective services. That's pretty high up there. And then our court, actually. The court, sometimes when others can't serve, they've already served for their individuals, family members. The court has decided for one reason or another they cannot serve those family members, then they come to us as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for what you do. I just can't imagine. I hope there's also a well-being part in terms of taking care of yourself, because when you're you're dealing with a lot of really heavy emotional things that are happening to others, and I think I hope everyone's taking care of themselves as well. I think it's really important. I do have a question, and thank you so much for the information. The fact that you had put 8 years plus just really hit me. That's a long time to have that relationship and navigating and seeing the growth of what we all know in terms of our community that actually resonates directly to what you all do. And I'm wondering if you could speak to turnover. Do you have a lot of turnover?
You know, historically, the Public Guardians Department has not had a lot of turnover. I think we have historically recruited individuals who love doing this work, and then they stick. We've had a little bit of turnover. As you see, we've got 3 guardian case manager ones. But in the last year, we had a lot of retirements in our department, people who had been with our department for a very long time. And so we knew that that was going to happen. We did a lot of succession planning up until those retirements so that we could backfill those positions, and we could also promote from within. And then, frankly, we were really excited to make the decision because we had this training academy planned. We were excited to hire new staff that hadn't done this work before and sort of mold them. And so we haven't had any turnover in this last year. I'm hoping we're not going to have any turnover. I really like all of my people. You know, they're such a great team, and so I hope we don't have any turnover. I think it just, you know, when you find this niche and you like this work, you kind of want to stay doing it. And to your point, Commissioner Andriola, we did have one of our new folks that we onboarded this year started a new morale committee. And so I kind of nicknamed them the Morale Busters on Friday as they threw their first event. And we look forward to more from them in the coming year to keep our spirits high. But I think that you're absolutely right. You have to balance that taking care of yourself and taking care of others. And, you know, one of the things that might go unrecognized, but most of the people that leave us in guardianship, many of them, they die. And that is something that we deal with, you know, every single week, is losing one of our protected persons. And so thinking about the heaviness of that, it's really important to encourage the lightness in other ways.
Well, I gathered your last statement that was probably the reality, and let alone everything in between, because I'm sure there's other things, especially with elder abuse and various other components. And I think you all exemplify what I think is almost a textbook example of being a team and having leadership that really is innovative and looking at how to leverage resources within each other and not always having to depend on someone on the outside. You know, that really you guys have created a culture, from my perspective, from a leadership standpoint, that really could be emulated, I hope, and you could help inspire others, because you all are taking care of some really heavy situations, and then you're taking care of yourself, and then you're allowing the space to be innovative. That is leadership. That is a culture of leadership, and giving that space, that opportunity. I love when you spoke about the fact that someone just did the morale that you spoke about. You're now having a national academy and national recognition and sharing that best practice with others, looking at creating a relationship with REMSA, somebody leading with the internship and recruiting with UNR and bringing others into the fold. You guys are the place that people want to work at. I'm telling you, I want to work with y'all, but I have other things going on. But it's really inspiring, because the balance and the juxtaposition of what you're doing with the internal health of you all is to be commended. And you're doing a lot more, as you put it, with less. And so kudos to you also for having the innovative leadership vision of looking at how to leverage those partnerships. For instance, the financial folks. There are folks that can do that. And then how do you maximize what you do well with others that can in the community that can maximize with what they're. So I am so inspired by you all. And so I'm going to do this. Like, congratulations to everybody for all the hard work that you do. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so I heard zero turnover. You probably have a contract. No one can leave.
That's correct. They'll be signed later today.
Yeah, I'm teasing. But on a very serious note, thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for doing everything for so many people that are vulnerable. Your work is probably not really understood by many, and the benefit to others, even as you're having those 8-year relationships where end of life may be the last relationship they have. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your report, Ms. Bowles, and your staff. This is a special work that you do, and it's a special calling that people have that enter your field of work. I especially liked your internal training, and I think that that's so important to have the whole staff cross-trained so everybody understands what everyone's doing and working with the UNR and that aspect of what you've done. So doing a good job. Thank you for the work you do, and thank you to your staff for the good work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we look forward to continuing to support you. We want to get more permanent supportive housing on in Washoe County. We have, I think, 150 units maybe coming online here soon, but we have another 1,150 units that we need in this community. We know from that study. So it would be great to, figure out a task force to see how we can move the needle on that, because I think that's a very doable thing that this county can be a lead on. So any suggestions that you have for this board would be really helpful on that piece. So thank you. All right, we will now move into our donations. Commissioner Garcia, if you could help us with that.
Of course, Madam Chair. I move to approve the generous donation from the Wilbur May Foundation of $300,000 to support operating and the exhibits that take place in the Wilbur D. May Museum, and a donation of $5,000 to support the audio-visual equipment that was needed for the 2025 Western States Sheriff's Association Conference.
Thank you very much. Is that in the form of a motion? Thank you. I'm looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Madam Clerk, any public comments on donations?
There's nobody signed in.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's up on your screen. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. We'll now move into our consent items. And I know Commissioner Clark had some questions on some of the items or comments, but is there any other board members who have comments or questions on consent? I'm not seeing that anyone does. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item that I have just a couple of questions on is 7C1. Recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners to retroactively acknowledge a grant of $35,000. Where exactly is that money going to go? I'd like to get that on the record, the $35,000.
Welcome.
Good morning. Brooke Howard and Val Mosier from the 2nd Judicial District Court. Thank you for being here, Commissioners and Madam Chair. That money is going to go to the 2nd Judicial District Court specialty courts that we run to help fund our drug and alcohol testing.
That was a main part of the question. So is this going to go to Sober 24? Where's the money going?
We are currently contracted with Sober 24.
So is that money going to go to that entity?
We're also under RFP at this point. We will be back to the commission probably around August to let you know the results of that RFP.
So are you going to sit on this money until the RFP gets completed, or what exactly is the plan for this money is my question at this point in time?
Could it be? It could be within the next weeks, depending on if it's approved or not. We do have some other funding, but we would hope to spend the funding as soon as possible.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your next question, Commissioner Clark?
Next one is 7D2. You know, in the past, I've asked for some records, public records on the expenses of the alternative public defender some few years back. So somebody was taking travel down to South America or Central America or somewhere. And I wanted to find out a little bit more about this. Specifically, can we get a breakdown? Is it possible for the commissioners to get a breakdown of where exactly this money, again, like the other question, where exactly this money's, what it's going to go to? Has the money already been spent? We're reimbursing this? Walk me through that, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, Abby Jacobin, CFO, thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. To the extent that the money has been spent in fiscal year 25, we can get you itemization, but to the extent that we are projecting that it will be spent in the month of June and has not yet, that may be a little bit delayed, but certainly once this case is over and once the people have traveled and the witnesses are paid, we can pull that detail for you.
So 60 days from now, 45 days from now?
Yes, sir.
Probably have that. Very
yes.
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's detailed in the staff report as well, why this funding is needed.
Is the money that hasn't been spent detailed in the staff report?
I just wanted to point that out to you, Commissioner Clark.
Again, if the money hasn't been spent, we can't have an accounting for it yet. So I'd like to get that accounting when that becomes available. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your next question, Commissioner Clark?
7E1.
Good morning, Pamela Mann,
Hi.
Human Services Agency.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for being here.
Sure.
I just wanted to find out, is this a continuation of something we're already doing with Clark County? Is this supplemental? Is this adding anything to the program? Tell me a bit more about this on the record, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Clark County is the lead, if you will, in managing the homeless information services, the licenses to place data in and out of that system. And because they have the largest number of licenses, they get the best discount, if you will, on the licenses. They're also the grant holder for the licensing costs itself. And so we purchased our licenses from Clark County so that we benefit from that buying power.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Clark?
That's the only questions I had in this group.
Okay.
Thank you.
I am looking for a motion on consent, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is.
Thank you.
First up, we have Jay Howard, followed by Nathan Hewlett.
Good morning to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you for the time to speak. Very briefly, even though this item has already been passed on consent, I did want to make a couple of comments. My name's Jay Howard, and I'm with Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. My program is Truckee Meadows Trails. It's a regional trails program where we seek to bring together all the partners, the federal and the local government reps that we have on our working group, as well as the trails community. So we have a working group, as I mentioned, and it's a collaboration for us all to get together and to work together at this mission that we have to improve the trail network that we have here in the Truckee Meadows area, and also to create the connectivity that is so badly needed and to improve these trails. So I'm here today to support this idea of a parks district, And I guess I wanted to read to you just briefly a passage in our plan. This is the major effort that we took on 2 years ago, creating this regional trails plan, which has just been completed late last year and is now being brought before the local governments for their approval or adoption. And there is a section in the plan that has to do with Parks District, and if you'll allow, I'll just read that section into the record, and that'll be it for my public comment. Truckee Meadows Parks District. The Truckee Meadows Trails Program supports the concept of creating a Parks District in the Truckee Meadows and encourages the governing political bodies within the region to initiate a service plan in order to determine the scope, boundaries, and financial feasibility of this action. The Truckee Meadows Trails Program expects that trails, pathways, and access, both the maintenance of existing resources and the planning and development of new projects, be considered with the service plan and the potential creation of a district. Truckee Meadows Trails will fully participate in the promotion and operation of the district as deemed beneficial and necessary by the Truckee Meadows Trails Working Group. So that's it. I just wanted to, thank you for passing with consent. And as we move through this process, once the service plan is completed, we have a better idea of what this thing looks like. Please continue to support this idea of a Parks District. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Thank you for all your work on this.
Nathan Hewlett, followed by Iris Jaley Peppard.
Hello, Nathan Olliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Reno, proud Reno resident and a member of District 1. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the approval of the support, the financial support, and even more so the conceptual support of finding out what a park district could be for our region. So it's a big moment. Commissioner Garcia sharing, we're really following a path that many others have laid out for us. So this is another step along the way on that path. So as they say with trees, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today, and that's very similar with a park district idea or any plan like this that has a lot of steps and needs a lot of collaboration. So thank you for making that bold statement that we're in this together and we all have similar challenges that we can work together on. So I did want to invite all of the public and commissioners to our joint Recreation and Parks Commission meeting where pertinent to this item, you will have the opportunity to hear from the consultant group who will share what the phasing process will look like, what the steps along the path will look like as we go through this service plan. That'll be held on June 26th at Reno City Hall at 5 p.m. Everyone's invited. We want you to learn more about it. We're going to need advocates the whole way to figure out the best way to do this and to push it across the line. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Iris Jaley Peppard, followed by Danielle Henderson.
Hi, my name's Iris Jaley Peppard, the Executive Director of One Truckee River. My comments are my own with our mission in mind to assure a healthy, thriving, and sustainable river connected to the hearts and minds of its community. I'm 100% in support of 7A3 on the consent agenda to adopt the resolution R25-44, the formation of a park district, and the development of a service plan. Thank you, Commission, for supporting it and for putting your attention to this topic, and for partners and residents that are providing input on this item today. From my experience, being in this position now for 7 years, I see many praise and very few prioritize the Truckee River. Last summer, this commission with City of Reno made a big step to complete the Truckee River Vision Plan, and back in 2016 approved unanimously the One Truckee River Management Plan. Now we wait to see what happens. Will these plans collect dust on the shelf like some in the past? Or will it be a blueprint for the river to evolve into a thriving recreational, ecological, educational, economic, and social well-being asset for everyone in this region, along with visitors to enjoy? A big part of the answer to that question is what is the level of funding allocated for parks, rec, and open space departments across all 3 jurisdictions? Right now, the answer is not much compared to everything else. Other things are important, and budgets are tight. But what about our trails, our parks, our pools, our open space, and our Truckee River? What about the places that bring outdoors and tranquility to so many people? This service plan is the first step required towards a park district that could provide dedicated funding to parks, trails, open space, and yes, the Truckee River in our region. It's about our larger quality of life for everyone. Service plans give you the data needed and assist agencies on how to best work together to collaborate. Supporting it is a key step to praising and, more importantly, prioritizing these spaces. Thank you for supporting the formation of a park district and supporting the service plan.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on the river. This has been years in coming. Madam Clerk.
Danielle Henderson, followed by Alicia Reban.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Henderson, for the record, and I'm the Natural Resource Manager for the Truckee River Flood Management Authority. My comments are my own. I'm speaking on item 7A3, and I'm in favor of approving this resolution and moving forward with the development of a service plan to explore the future formation of a park district. My agency is a joint effort among the cities of Reno and Sparks, Washoe County, and numerous other stakeholders to reduce the devastating impacts of flooding along the Truckee River in the Truckee Meadows region. We are building infrastructure and managing the floodplain to reduce flood damages, safeguard public health, and create a more resilient community. We're preserving open space, restoring the ecosystem, and enhancing recreational opportunities along the Truckee River. This service plan will inform the electeds and stakeholders about how best to work together to manage and take care of our public parks and open spaces that are so vital to our community. And with that, I thank you for approving this agreement to develop the park service plan. I appreciate all of the hard work that's been done so far, and I look forward to seeing how this plan comes together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Alicia Reban, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, my name is Alicia Reban. I am Executive Director of Nevada Land Trust. Nevada Land Trust has been a partner to Washoe County for 28 years now, with then Commission chairs, a little history, Grant Sims, Community Development Director John Hester, Open Space Director Bill Whitney, Parks Director Karen Mullen, and County Manager John McIntyre, essential to the founding of our organization. We have worked together ever since on multiple projects, including regional park expansions, trailhead acquisitions, and emergency wildfire restoration, among many. Nevada Land Trust has been engaged with the grassroots effort, both on the enabling legislation in 2017, and now with helping move forward on the idea of creating a new park district across the Truckee Meadows. We sincerely appreciate Washoe County's leadership in embracing the concept of the service plan, which will deliver solid data to you and other local jurisdictions to help fully assess the potential benefits and challenges of developing this model for our community. We can't keep doing the same thing we've always done and hope that our precious parks, trails, and open spaces will be okay in the future. They are an essential part of why it's great to live, work, and play here, and as we heard earlier, visit here as well. It is time for us to be braver and bolder and to dream bigger. Moving forward on the service plan is the essential next step forward to create something really, really great. It's been 25 years since Washoe County voters overwhelmingly approved $40 million for parks, trails, and open space and libraries, for which, by the way, NLT served as campaign manager. Indications are that support in our community is stronger than ever. Even in the midst of the last election in November, communities across the country overwhelmingly said yes to parks and conservation initiatives, no matter who led those communities at the top of the ballot. Thank you again so very much for your leadership, for being brave and bold and dreaming big. Let's do this.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for our open spaces.
Cliff Lowe.
Hello again, Commissioners. For the record, Cliff Lowe. This is not what I'm going to speak about now on the consent agenda is not the reason I came here today, but I'm going to touch on a pet peeve of mine. But first, a personal item. Officially, through the five of you, I would like to wish County Manager Eric Brown well in his future endeavors, which sound like they're leisure. I'm sorry I didn't get to know him more personally during his tenure, as was the case with some of his predecessors. But I wish him well and look forward to working with his successor. So on the consent agenda, I found with a quick looking, I'm sitting in my chair there waiting, 6 items, and on the regular agenda, 3 items that are retroactive. I don't know about you folks. Maybe you know why you have so many things that are retroactive. I'm a member of the public. I'll stick my neck out and say, I'm probably in a relatively small percentage who do have a pretty good idea how things work with Washoe County. But some of these things involve hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes over $1 million. A contract, some of these things go back to June 30, 2024. There's only a couple of weeks left in the current fiscal year. Why are there so many things retroactive? And why do they happen without, if they are retroactive, aren't these things happening and money being spent essentially without the required approval of the Board of County Commissioners? That seems wrong. There's something wrong with that right on the surface. So what do you do about it? Well, here's my suggestion. I suggest that you instruct the county manager's office that the staff report for any item that is retroactive include an explanation as to why it wasn't brought up on a more timely basis, that is in advance of the date that the item takes place. Now, you might want to set a dollar limit on that and say, whatever you think is appropriate for that. But I think the public is owed an explanation, at least this member of the public is owed an explanation as to why do you bother voting on these items if they're almost over. So I think it would help to have the county manager's office make sure that the staff reports, some of which come from the county manager's office, explain that. Why couldn't this be done sooner on a timely basis? I think you will then feel better voting about it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in, but we do have an email to be placed on the record.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a motion and a second, and just quickly for the board, I would just ask that we make sure we do our homework before we come to these meetings, read the staff reports, and reach out to staff prior to the meetings on any particular questions. So with that, a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And then I'd like to ask the vice chair for a block vote, and then I would like to give this board a little bit of a break because we've been going nonstop, and then we'll go back to the rest of our agenda just so the public knows what we're doing here. But Madam Vice Chair, do you have a block vote for us?
I certainly do.
Thank you.
And it will be in the form of a motion.
Wonderful.
And this will be item 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Thank you very much. I am looking for a second on the block.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And just to note, we have pulled item 12, so if folks didn't hear that at the beginning. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on those items that the Vice Chair has read out?
We do have a public comment for item 15. Cliff Lowe.
Okay.
For the record, Cliff Lowe. And as an aside, I'm not trying to make this the Cliff Lowe Board of County Commissioners meeting. I made a mistake when I mentioned 15, but I believe 17 is also part of this block vote.
It is.
Is it not? So I have some comments on item 17. These comments come from Thomas Daly, who is a frequent speaker here. He was not well enough to attend today's meeting, but I agree with the substance of these comments. I'm not sure I'm well enough to be here, but I'm here anyway. Commissioners, the proposal to approve an agreement for forensic services between the City of Reno and the Washoe County Sheriff's Office is before you. If approved, this agreement will expire in 2 weeks. Now, the retroactive item. 2 questions. Why only now is this agreement coming before you? And will another agreement come to you for fiscal year 26 at your next meeting? Recall that your predecessors in 2020 terminated such an agreement when your county auditor determined that the then agreement was costing county taxpayers more than $560,000 per year, with the City of Reno benefiting to that amount for more than a decade. Subsequent agreements for fiscal years 21 through 25 were approved for more than $5 million in total, without ever having been subject to an audit by your county auditor. If Reno were abusing the terms of the previous agreement, what makes you think that the recent and current agreements are not continuing that abuse? At a minimum, your approval today should include a mandatory audit of these agreements from 2021 to 2025 and all new agreements to ensure your taxpayers are not once again being abused by Reno. The use of the word abuse is Mr. Daly's. I would probably phrase that Washoe County taxpayers are not subsidizing the City of Reno and its separate taxpayers. I would like to ask if I hope that a member of you will look to amend item 15 to include an audit of the agreement, as I stated in my public comment just now. And then we'll find out. The point being, in simple terms for other people listening, is providing these forensic services by Washoe County to the City of Reno. Is it costing Washoe County substantially more money than Reno is paying Washoe County for these services? I don't think you have a recent answer to that question. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a motion on block and a second. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get this on the record. I think Mr. Lowe's got some good points there in his comments, but more importantly, not everyone has access to the staff report. So a lot of the times when I ask these questions, and I repeatedly said, read it in the staff report, I have constituents, taxpayers, citizens asking me to ask questions because they want clarification, and not all of them have access to the staff report. Should I say to everyone who asks me a question, look it up in the staff report, do your homework, how dare you ask me? I resent the fact that I continue to get scolded when I want something on the record. I want some clarification. People might want to go back to this 5 days from now, 5 years from now, 50 years from now, and have their answer there on the public record. So please allow me to ask some questions about this. And while we're at it, I'd like to specifically ask a question about number 13, and I'd like to know if we're going to maybe possibly have a food tasting where we can sample the food from the CARES campus and sample the senior food and sample the food from the jail and sample the food from Douglas County.
Commissioner Clark, you can certainly coordinate that offsite with a different.
I want it on the record
in a different mode.
Thank you.
And
Thanks
for your
for
taste
allowing.
testing.
Thank you for allowing me to put that on the public record.
We have a motion on the block and a second. Any other questions from the board? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say nay. And it's on your screen now.
We had a representative from Human Services that was willing to give some answers. Why didn't you allow her to put that
Commissioner
in the
Clark,
record?
that is not an appropriate question for a contract before us. Okay, please. All right, that motion passes with Commissioner Clark voting no on the full block. Okay, we will be taking a 15-minute break and come back to you at 12:35. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order after our break. We'll now move into item 11, Manager Brown.
Item 11 is a recommendation to approve the appointment of one candidate to fill a partial term on the date of appointment and ending on November 4th, 2027 for the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. Applicants for the vacancy include Paula Agraman, Brianne Antos, Will Arndt, Christopher Baker, Michael Bosma, Yuli Chavez Camarina, Matthew DeMartini, Brian Urbis, Sophia Heydrich, Jill Hinksman, Gene Johnson, Matthew Kampf, Cody Kendrick, Matt Policy, and Rita Vinci.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Wilson.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Alexandra Wilson for the record. So in front of you, you have 15 applicants for the current opening for a partial term on the Open Space and Parks Commission. You're going to be selecting your top 2 for the one open position. I did want to also let you know that anyone not selected, we did have a recent termination, and so we will be coming back next month with an additional parks appointment as well.
Oh, okay, so we'll have another appointment.
We'll have another one next month.
In July.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do.
Okay.
We have 2 signed in. First up is Chris Baker, followed by Sophia Heydrich.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Chris Baker for the record. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a 30-year plus, I guess now I'm getting a little old, Washoe County resident. I currently reside in District 4. I own a business in District 1. I'm a private sector land use and city planner with over 25 years of experience in Washoe County. I'm an avid outdoorsman and user of our parks and open space, and I want to ensure that these spaces continue to be available for current and future generations. My goal, if appointed, would be to actively engage private sector stakeholders and encourage public-private partnerships to help protect, promote, maintain, and expand our recreational resources. It would be an honor to sit on this commission. I feel like it's a perfect blend between my professional and private experience, and I ask for your vote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sophia Heydrich.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Sophia Heydrich, and I am one of the candidates for the open space vacancy. I just wanted to come here today to introduce myself to all of you and to elaborate on my interest in this position. I grew up in Reno, and I enjoyed our many open space and trail and park areas, but like many young folks, I wanted to get out. I wanted to see other things. So I spent a lot of my 20s traveling and living in other states, and as amazing as those experiences were, they also made me realize how special our area is, how special Nevada is, how special Washoe County is. And not just because we have Tahoe over the hill, although that is very special, and not just because we have the highest percentage of public lands out of any state in the nation, although that is also special, but because of our incredible parks, trails, and open spaces right here. And I think we all know that people relocate here, businesses relocate here because of those open space access opportunities. I now have a son, and I have another baby on the way, and I am more grateful than ever that I have access to these recreational facilities and that I get to share them with my family. I think that parks and trails and open space are more important than ever, not only for our community's physical health, but also for mental health. We saw outdoor use skyrocket during COVID, and then also for climate refuge. An analysis last year came out and said that Reno is the fastest warming state or city in the nation. And so having these green places and places to go and have a little bit of respite in this sort of changing climate is also critically important. In 2019, I started working at Washoe County as the park planner, and I learned a lot in my time in that role. I also was really surprised by a couple of things. First, that there is so much that is managed by Washoe County. 10,000 acres of open space, 39 neighborhood and community parks, 10 regional parks, other special districts as well. So it's a lot to handle. But there's been some really incredible opportunities that have also come out of that. And I think that a lot of folks really recognize the need to build new stuff. Not everyone always recognizes the need to update outdated infrastructure or also address open space. And that's not just managing access to open space and trails, but also invasive species and wildfire risk. So there's a lot of different pieces there. In my 3.5 years with Washoe County, I learned about some of the challenges that come with managing such a diverse array of park and open space areas. I learned about some of the incredible partnerships that are in our area. I've learned about some of the incredible demand and the challenges that come with that demand for recreation. And ultimately, I think that experience has allowed me to come before you today. It's a quick 30 seconds or a quick 3 minutes coming before you, but I just want to say that I'm thrilled to be here, and the reason that I'm here is because I want to give back to the community. I want to reconnect with parks and trails and open space. I understand the priorities, the programs, the projects of the Parks and Open Space Program. I presented that commission. I know what that commission does, and I think that as a conservation professional, as someone who grew up here and is raising a family here and has that experience, I would have a lot to add to this commission. So thank you for your time and consideration. 2 seconds left.
Thank you.
We have nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you. And the clerk is going to be passing out the ballots for us. And Ms. Wilson, if you can remind us how many people we need to choose. We're only choosing one candidate today, but our first round, how many people you want us to choose for the first round?
Top 2 first round.
Top 2. So your top 2 candidates for the first round. And then, as a reminder, we have another opening coming up in July as well. So it's so hard because we have incredible candidates. So,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I apologize. I wasn't exactly on time, but
That's okay.
would you allow a comment?
Oh, sure. Before voting?
Please.
Sure.
So I did an analysis of the current makeup of the board, and in District 1 there are 2 representatives. In District 2 there are 4 representatives. In District 3 there's 1 representative. In District 4, I'll do this slowly, there are 0. District 5 there's 1, and you heard from Mr. Baker, and I hope that he impressed you as much as he impressed me from District 4. All the candidates were amazing, and it was lovely trying to reach everyone. I was gone last week, but I certainly tried to reach out to everyone. Some incredible candidates, but I would ask for maybe consideration that District 4 has 0 representative. And did I mention that Christopher Baker is from District 4? So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Yes, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, as folks are ready, thank you so much for helping us with the ballots.
Round 1. Commissioner Herman voted Matthew DiMartini and Sophia Heydrich. Commissioner Garcia voted Yuli Chavez Carmenera and Sophie Heydrich. Chair Hill voted Christopher Baker and Sophia Heydrich. Commissioner Andriola voted Christopher Baker and Matthew Kempf. Commissioner Clark voted Christopher Baker and Michael Bosma.
Okay, we have a tie between Mr. Baker and Ms. Heydrich, so we'll do one more round of voting, and if you'll choose one of those candidates. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, round 2. Commissioner Herman voted Sophia Heydrich. Commissioner Garcia voted Christopher Baker. Commissioner Hill, Chair Hill voted Christopher Baker. Commissioner Andriola, Christopher Baker. Commissioner Clark, Christopher Baker.
Okay. Well, then I am looking for a motion for
May I make that
Mr.
motion
Baker.
from Mr. Baker, please?
Yes, you may. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And for comments really quick, we have amazing candidates. Thank you so much. And we have another opening, so please come for the next opening. Thank you so much. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Baker. Excited to have you on the board. Okay, we will now move into item 20. Manager Brown.
Item 20 is discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators, by Washoe County, or by other entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests or such legislative issues as may be deemed by the chair or the board to be of critical significance to Washoe County. Pending legislative bills are located at the county's website. Current bills the county is tracking that may be reported on or discussed are listed also under government affairs at the county's website. Due to time constraints inherent in the legislative process, a list of specific bills that staff will seek direction from the commission on during this item will be posted on the website under government affairs by 6 p.m. the Friday before the meeting. Due to the rapid pace of the legislative session, additional bills upon which comment may be sought from the Board of County Commissioners will be posted as soon as known.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Matievich is here, and the session is over, and she survived. So congratulations on that.
I survived.
And you have a report for us.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison. Thank you. I will just say at the outset that I do not have any specific bills that I am seeking direction from you all on today. But I am prepared just to give a high-level overview. I have some specific bills that this board considered during the course of the legislative session that I'd be happy to give you an update on. And then, Madam Chair, I know that you've already had a longish meeting, so I have some other bills that I can go into or just take specific questions at your direction. So very quickly, the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature adjourned at 12:34 a.m. on Wednesday, June 3rd, so wee hours of the morning. Throughout the course of the session, 1,210 bills and resolutions were introduced. 39 resolutions were passed and delivered to the Secretary of State. The following numbers I'm going to give you with a little bit of a caveat that the Nevada Legislature's electronic system is updating literally by the moment. So I pulled some of these numbers as I was walking into the meeting. They could change slightly as they continue to process those, but 606 bills were passed by both houses and delivered to the governor for action. As of the last time that I checked, 318 had been signed by the governor and 56 had been vetoed by the governor. As a reminder, Article 4, Section 35 of Article 4 of the Nevada Constitution allows the governor, following adjournment of the legislature, 10 days from receipt of the bill, not including day of receipt and not including Sundays, to take any action on the bills. If he signs it, it becomes law. If he does not sign it, it can become law without his signature. And of course, if he vetoes it, it does not become law and is returned to the legislature for their consideration in the following session. So there were a handful of bills that throughout the session we brought forward to you all for your consideration. Assembly Bill 316, which had to do with the governance of school districts. You may recall that in its original version contemplated that the Board of County Commissioners might appoint a student representative to school boards. Ultimately, that bill failed passage. It did not come forward for a vote. Assembly Bill 333, which has to do with the Nevada State Fairgrounds. It is now officially the Nevada State Fairgrounds, the property just to the north of us. That bill passed and was signed by Governor Lombardo. AB 367, which had to do with recounts of elections, that bill did not move forward. It failed. Senate Bill 65, which is a bill that Washoe County had submitted to the Association of Counties that had to do with the records of the medical examiner and the coroner, failed. Senate Bill 73, which is also a bill that we had submitted to NACO regarding the public records of voter registration signatures, that bill also failed. And then Senate Bill 319, which is this board I think is very familiar with, is the bill that in its final version requires Washoe County, the City of Reno, and the City of Sparks to enter into an interlocal agreement and to create a study board to study the topic of consolidation of fire prevention services in Washoe County. That bill has passed and was signed by the governor, and I believe you'll have some items coming before the board relative to that item on the interlocal and appointment of the members from Washoe County to that board probably sometime next month. Madam Chair, that concludes the specific bills that were brought to you throughout the course of the session, and so I will take your direction if you would like me to provide an update on any other bills, or if there are specific bills that you would like to ask questions on.
Well, I thought it would be great if you just highlighted some of the victories that we had as far as just finding funding for some of these important programs that the county is engaging in, both at the jail and Human Services Agency. I just wanted to highlight those and just commend your work on those. So if you don't mind just highlighting those, that would be helpful for me, and then I'll open it up to the board on all the other questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Cadence Matievich for the record. So there were a number of places where we had some great success this session. I think I'll start, if you don't mind, with there was a lot of discussion this session around child welfare.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the areas, something that's been contemplated for a number of sessions, the last several sessions, and it has come to fruition, is a program that's called the Extended Young Adult Support Services Program. And what this does is it allows for counties, child welfare agencies, so really Clark, Washoe, and then the Division of Child and Family Services, which provides child welfare services for the rural counties, to take advantage of a federal program which allows for Title IV-E funding to come to states to be used to provide supports to young adults who are aging out of foster care. Mm-hmm. So kids who've turned 18, they haven't achieved permanence with a family, and would otherwise, absent an existing program which has a pretty limited scope in our state, would stop receiving any kind of financial supports or caseworker supports. And so Senate Bill 504, together with appropriations that were made in the Appropriations Act, really will implement that program beginning July 1st. So Washoe County's been working on getting ready for this.
Mm-hmm.
There have been bills in prior sessions. And so we will see $3.2 million come to Washoe County over the biennium to provide those subsidies and funds and caseloads and support for these young men and women as they begin their lives as young adults. So that's pretty exciting. Mm-hmm. Was included in the governor's budget, but did get approved, an additional $410,000 that will come to Washoe County to provide additional transportation options for youth in foster care. So we know that our foster families often sometimes, can have challenges getting kids to sports and school and doctor's appointments and those kinds of things. And so some additional funding over the course of the biennium for that. There's a program called Adoption Savings, which the state of Nevada actually opted into in 2015. It's, again, a federal program that allows access to 4E funding. But what it says is that states who are taking advantage of 4E funding for their adoptive and foster families, if the state would have otherwise been spending money on that and they're now drawing down federal funds, that the state has to, in essence, maintain that effort to support these families. and that it has an obligation to do so. And throughout the years, not all of the funding that needs to be allocated based on the savings that the state has had since the years that it began utilizing 4E for these populations, Title 4E funding for these populations, has been expended back. And so Assembly Bill 515 does a couple of important things. Where we had been getting some money from the state previously for this program, after a period of time, it was required that that funding be reverted back to the state. But because the federal government doesn't place any deadline on when the money has to be expended by and does require the state to spend it on these services, we didn't think that it was necessary, frankly, or appropriate for it to be reverting. So the bill removes the reversion clause. So moving forward, the monies that were appropriated for this program will remain with us until they're expended for the purpose that they're intended. It also requires that the Division of Child and Family Services, the Governor's Finance Office, in consultation with Clark and Washoe counties, get together this interim and prepare a plan so that funding for this program is incorporated into the biennial budget process moving forward. So we will have, the child welfare agencies will have a lot more stability in knowing what funding is going to be coming for that program. And so we can enter into contracts if we need to, we can hire people. And so it is a program that we've been able to put into place here in Washoe County, but not to its full ability. The third thing that that bill does is appropriates just under $2 million to Washoe County in the upcoming biennium for us to be able to provide services to support adoptive and foster families in our community.
That's great.
So that's a really great program. There are some other places where there's money that's been appropriated that doesn't come necessarily directly to Washoe County, but will support us, particularly in the elections area. There were two bills that appropriated money to the Secretary of State's office, one of those being Senate Bill 488, and the other, excuse me while I look at my, is Assembly Bill 562. And so those bills appropriate funding to the Secretary of State that will help with continued implementation of what we affectionately refer to as VREMs, so the top-down voter registration system, automatic voter registration agencies, and then funding related to voter registration. So we do expect that those monies will not directly appropriated to us, will pay dividends. And then additionally, there's another bill, AB 534, which creates a voter access grant program within the Secretary of State's office. That regulations will still have to be adopted to govern, but perhaps there will be an opportunity for Washoe County to obtain some funding to help support our elections operations through that as well. There was another bill, so shifting a little bit to the housing. I think as many of you probably know, Governor Lombardo brought forth a very comprehensive housing bill. And in the final version of that bill, there are a number of appropriations, again, that will not necessarily come directly to us, but that we will have access to. $133 million appropriation to the Nevada Attainable Housing Account. Included in that is $25 million for local governments to provide incentives. And so those can be things like waivers of sewer fees, waivers of other kinds of fees that we charge that can help to expedite the development of attainable and affordable housing in our community. Additionally, Assembly Bill 475, this is a bill that will see $5.25 million come to the City of Reno for eviction, diversion, and rental assistance programs in our community. There's very specific language in that bill that says that the money has to be available equally to all residents of Washoe County, irrespective of whether they live in the unincorporated area within an incorporated city. So there's money coming there. Additionally, Assembly Bill 366 establishes the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Account in the State General Fund. This is some continuation of really some great work that was started last session. You may recall AB 310 from the last legislative session. This bill continues that work, and $21 million was appropriated to the fund. So I know that you hear from our great team at Housing and Homeless Services all the time how important permanent supportive housing is. So a great investment on behalf of the legislature and the governor into that really important category. There was one other bill that we worked very hard on, and unfortunately it was a victim of the clock at the end of the day. Senate Bill 281 that would have resulted in some funding coming to Washoe County for a program that supports kids aging out of foster care, young adults aging out of foster care, called the LifeSet program. It's a specialized case management. Sadly, that funding did not move. That bill did not move forward. Also included in that bill would have been funding to continue the jail-based mental health unit at our sheriff's office.
I keep on thinking that was passed, and it was not.
But I do have a bit of good news to share on that front. So as we were working on Senate Bill 281, the state identified some unexpended ARPA dollars, and actually reduced the amount of the general fund appropriation that was in Senate Bill 281 because they'd identified those dollars. And so there is some funding that is on the June 18th Interim Finance Committee to appropriate those identified ARPA dollars, which they're going to deobligate from projects where either the project didn't come to full fruition, perhaps it came in under budget. So they'll be transferring, essentially deobligating those and reobligating them to the existing ARPA jail-based mental health program. And so we will see some funding continue there. And we are in early discussions with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health and the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services to see if perhaps there may be other funding options that could be, it can't be general fund, because I think, as this body knows, the legislature, when they are out of session, cannot make general fund appropriations, but they can make authorization for expenditure of other types of funds. And so we will continue to work on ensuring that we find, to the best of our ability, as much funding for that program as possible. So I'm cautiously optimistic, and we'll look forward to bringing back additional information on that as it progresses. But certainly, I'll be at the IFC meeting on June 18th to put our public comment in support of the work programs to at least continue the funding of the ARPA dollars that they've identified.
That's great.
And with that, Madam Chair, I think that wraps up
the
funding pieces. If it is your desire, I can come back next week with further information on any other bills, priority bills that perhaps the governor hasn't yet taken action on, and report back to you. But I will prepare a full comprehensive written report for the board. With 606 bills passed, it takes a bit of time to get that finished, but we'll look forward to bringing that back to you later this summer.
Okay, thank you. I'll go down the line and just see if folks have questions for you, and then if we need to do some further discussion, we can put you on the agenda for next week, or I'll just let you theoretically get to work on the report and save you a meeting. So we'll just see what happens today. But Vice Chair Herman?
I just want to thank you so much for this report, and you're so efficient and so valuable to our county. And thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Garcia.
On a similar note, thank you for your dedication. I think those wins for child welfare and housing are something to be really proud of. And thank you for advocating for the jail-based mental health program. We were having a bit of anxiety about that. So fingers crossed that goes well. But you've been doing this a long time, Cadence. You're the only legislative affairs person I've ever worked with, but I continue to be very impressed with your professionalism, your communication, and your thoroughness. So thank you. And I don't think I need her FaceTime at a future meeting. A report for me would be more than adequate.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andriola, I do want to commend you because you were on the governor's task force for housing and helped build that bill and make sure that Washoe County was represented and our interests were represented. So thank you for your work on that, because we saw that it passed and we've got some funding for attainable housing in this county, and that's really exciting. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I, too, want to echo a huge amount of appreciation. I think it might be probably not appropriate, but it would be lovely if someone wanted to follow you during one session and really understand what you do and what everyone does who's there. But as you know, I serve on the NACO board and others, and they, in many cases, have your counterpart, and your name continues to be brought up in terms of really being a great representative for Washoe County, and I think you should know that. And I'm always proud when I hear your name and echoing that you're a resource that they can count on. So we appreciate that. I do have a question, though. When you started on the success of some of the bills that were under Title IV for the aging out, foster care, and the transportation for youth, and the adoption savings, that group, in terms of aging out with 18, the federal government several years ago extended that to, I believe, 21. And I was curious, is it still maintained at 21? And will these apply to 21, or has that been, that needle moved up past 21? So that was really kind of my clarification question.
Cadence Matievich, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Commissioner Andriola. It is still through the age of 21, so when they turn 22, they're no longer eligible for participation in that program.
Okay, thanks. Well, I think it's even hard to imagine, right, at 22, and I'm glad that we're seeing some funding to support that. I also really appreciate that your time and recovery is important. And I too will echo Commissioner Garcia's point. I'm happy for a report. And if there's anything that is relevant, coming back would be helpful. But I think you need some rest. And thank you again for really putting Washoe County in a really strong position and representing all of our communities and being a resource and leveraging other counties, for instance, that need to sometimes band together to show, a solidified support of whatever or concern. So thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your report. Always good information, very insightful. You always give us great information, so thank you. And thank you for always answering questions and clarifying things that people have questions about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So you're off the hook for next week, it sounds like, but we'll continue to follow what the governor, because how many days does he have left to veto or?
Cadence Matievich, for the record, great question, Madam Chair. If in fact Friday was the last day that bills were delivered to him, then he will have until the 17th of June to take final action. The system this morning still showed that there were bills that were enrolled but had not yet been delivered. If that's the case, then we're out a little bit further into that week. So sometime around the 17th or 18th, that window for him to take action will close.
Okay, well, thank you, and we'll just stay in touch. And have a great rest of your day. Okay, we will now move into item 21, and Manager Brown.
Item 21 is an initiation of a proposed ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 45, to set the matter for an introduction and first reading of the ordinance on June 17th, 2025, and, if supported, set a public hearing for second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance on July 8th, 2025. If passed, the proposed ordinance will, number one, repeal Washoe County Code 45.430, Adult Day Health Services Daybreak Program in its entirety. Secondly, modify Washoe County Code 45.410 Division Directors to reflect gender-neutral language, correct job title and selection process. Number three, modify Washoe County Code 45.435 Homemaker Program to include permissive language and the address of any limitation based on funding availability. Number 4, modify Washoe County Code 45.445 nutritional program to include permissive language and address any limitation based on funding availability. Number 5, modify Washoe County Code 45.450 representative payee program to include permissive language provide for management of funding and address any limitation based on funding availability. And 6, modify Washoe County Code 45.455 Human Services Program to reflect caseworkers' correct job title.
Thank you very much. Does the board need a presentation on this? I'm not seeing that anyone does. Okay, great. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
We have no one signed in.
Okay. If there is no need for presentation and there are no questions from the board, I am looking for a motion to initiate the new ordinance.
I'll move to approve and to initiate a new ordinance amending WCC Chapter 45 and direct the Washoe County Clerk to request the District Attorney's Office to draft the proposed ordinance. The introduction and first reading of the ordinance shall be set for June 17th, 2025, and if supported, a public hearing for second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance shall be set on July 8th of 2025.
Thank you so much. I have a motion. Looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. It's on the screen. Yeah, you're okay. I should have reminded. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. We're now moving into our public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing for item 22. Manager Brown.
Item 22 is a public hearing appeal of the Washoe County Planning Commission's partial approval of abandonment, case number WAB 24-0008, Sweet Clover Residential Trust abandonment, for abandonment of Washoe County's interest in two 40-foot wide government patent access easements along the northern and eastern property lines of 15870 Caswell Lane, which is APN 049-080-19, and to reduce two 40-foot wide public utility easements in the same locations to 10 feet. The appellant and applicant are Louise and Nikolai Travis. The Board of County Commissioners shall consider the appeal based on the record on appeal and testimony and materials submitted as the board's public hearing. The board may affirm, modify, or reverse the Planning Commission's decision.
Thank you, Manager Brown. And for disclosure, I have met with the appellant to hear their side of this appeal. So I want to make sure that that is on the record. Any other disclosures? I'm not hearing any. Okay. What we'll start with is a staff report. Then we'll have the appellant do their 10-minute presentation, and then board questions and public comment, and then we'll take a vote. So welcome.
Kat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. This is the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision on an easement abandonment for the Sweet Clover Residential Trust. The property is south of Mount Rose Highway, right next to Montreux and off of Caswell Lane. And the request specifically was for the full abandonment of two access easements and then the partial abandonment of two public utility easements at 15870 Caswell Lane. This property is about 1.25 acres and is surrounded by parcels developed with single-family homes or by undeveloped federal land, specifically Forest Service parcels. The parcels in this area were created from government patents, so under the Small Tracts Act, and I mention that because those were the parcels that were created with 33 or 40-foot easements along all of their boundaries. And this particular parcel is a subdivision of one of those original government patent parcels, so half of one of those original parcels. The specific request was to abandon the northern and eastern access easements, which are 40 feet wide, so they're highlighted in yellow on the screen, and this would leave intact the 40-foot easement on the western boundary of that parcel where Caswell Lane is currently sited. And then to partially abandon the utility easements in those same locations, but leaving 10 a 10-foot wide strip along the property boundaries. The Planning Commission considered this request, and they approved all of the requests except for the full abandonment of the northern easement, and they granted a partial abandonment but retained 20 feet of that easement along the northern property line, and this did align with the staff recommendation for action on this item. To provide a little bit of background on the reasoning for the decision and the staff analysis, so one of the main things that we review for when a abandonment is requested is if there will be any implications and potential detriment from the abandonment of the easements. And so what the map on the screen shows is that there are two yellow parcels. They're highlighted in yellow directly to the east of the subject property, which is highlighted in blue. And they are currently accessed through Forest Service land, which is highlighted in green. And that access is shown in purple, and that access currently is unpermitted. So it's not in an easement, it's not legally established. And so there is not a developed legal access to both of those parcels. And again, one of the things that we review for is there going to be a potentially negative impact to access? And so this easement that was requested to be abandoned is one of the legal access easements that could potentially provide access to those two properties through Caswell Lane. There are pathways through the Forest Service to request the legalization of that access easement, but currently its status is that it is not legal, it's unpermitted. For that reason, the potential need for the northern easement does remain, and that's why staff recommended that 20 feet of it be retained, and the Planning Commission did make that decision in order to make the finding of no detriment. The applicants did file an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision seeking the full abandonment of that northern access easement. The appeal referenced claims of potential harm caused if the northern access easement is eventually developed into a road. They reference concerns about safety, flooding, and erosion due to topography within that easement. They also state that there's additional information regarding Forest Road and Trails Acts, or FERDA easements, from the Forest Service that was not presented at the Planning Commission meeting for their consideration. And a staff comment on that is that, again, to reiterate, what the staff considered and what the Planning Commission considered was the existing easements and accesses at this current time. And currently that access through Forest Service land is not legal. If those circumstances were to change in the future, of course, the applicants/appellants could come back and seek the full abandonment of that easement under new circumstances. These are the three findings that have to be made to grant an easement abandonment. The no detriment finding is the finding that the Planning Commission could not make for the full abandonment of this northern access easement. And of course, there are two motions that you could possibly utilize. One would be if you agree with the Planning Commission's partial approval, a motion to uphold their decision. And then secondly, if you disagree, a motion to grant the appeal, reverse the decision, and fully grant the abandonment of that northern access easement. The appellants are here with a presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And welcome.
The appellant has documents we're going to distribute to the board.
Great.
And this is just a copy of the PowerPoint. So there's a lot of documentation in here in the form of emails with the Forest Service. So if you wanted to have a moment to be able to look at it, I wanted to provide this so you could not be under time constraints. The same ones I'm under. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I would like to say thank you so much for the Commission Chair, Vice Commission Chair, and all of the County Commissioners for taking the time to listen to this and delve into some of this new information that we have that we want to be able to present to you so that an informed decision can be made. I'd also like to thank the utility companies for lending their expertise and their time in evaluating the request that staff presented to them, which led to the staff recommendation to approve the reduced utilities and the subsequent approval of the Planning Commission. And we most especially would like to thank Kat Oakley for her copious amounts of time and patience guiding us through this convoluted process and just providing all of her expertise. There are two concerns that the staff has that we were going to be addressing today. The first concern is that a full abandonment will remove legal access. Commission Chair Rob Pierce stated he was in favor of a full abandonment, even without consideration of the new Forest Service documentation that I'll be presenting, that the Forest Service will issue both a special use permit to the residents and a FERDA easement to the county. The second staff concern was that a full abandonment would be inconsistent with previous abandonment requests filed by the northern neighbor, Parcel 20. The staff recommended, and the Planning Commission did rule in favor of, a full abandonment of the northern parcel's road access easements. Unfortunately, it was misfiled by the applicant, and that is what makes it look discrepant. And I do have documentation on the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission's choices in 2016. Parcel and neighborhood concerns. A professional surveyor and a construction analysis indicate that the topography is impractical due to development and usability. It results in subsequent harm in the form of flooding, erosion, and safety hazards visited upon two parcels, our Parcel 19 and our northern neighbor Parcel 20. There are also fiscal and liability considerations to evaluate as well. I didn't use the clicker. I'm so sorry. Okay, before I dive into the next one, my apologies. Before diving into the next video, we were obliquely notified that we are not zoned for some construction equipment. And though a complaint has never been filed, we worked with Kat and Vanessa with the county. This issue is resolved and documentation has been provided to them. While this has no bearing on this case, I didn't want anything to cloud why it is that we are here today. So I'm going to be going through an aerial video. In the middle of the screen, it's going to become more clear, is a construction line that denotes the edge of the easement. As we go through this video, please note the proximity of this easement to our home on the right and the northern neighbor's home on the left, as well as the very mature vegetation and copious amounts of it all through here. This was taken in spring, so things aren't quite in bloom, but I assure you, all of that is alive and beautiful. And on this east side, as the video is going from west to east, those are the two parcels that have expressed an interest in developing this. We had the pleasure of working with Mr. Randy Meyer, PLS, our surveyor, and he stated and notified the county that the impacts on the existing house and yard are significant. He observed drainage issues and that the road would be 5 to 6 feet higher than the house and will require a civil design to mitigate the drainage walls and so forth. His findings led us to get a construction analysis of what would be needed, not just for the construction of the road and ongoing maintenance, to see what that would look like. The easement is denoted there. The black is the property line. On the right is our northern neighbor, Parcel 20. On the left is our home and that construction zone. This is a very conservative estimate. I didn't want to overinflate, but it could be upwards of 40 feet. Just on our property alone, removal of 52 trees and their mature root systems would be required, which is what yields the harm in the form of flooding and erosion hazards. This next slide on the right would be the construction zone, and on the left is the easement, including our chicken coop. Okay. The flooding and erosion hazards are compounded by the steep topography change, which takes place within 15 feet of the house and is comprised of a 22% grade of the slope, which slopes directly into the house. So on the left, that is showing that 22% grade of the slope. On the right is showing the proximity of the edge of that easement to our home. Because of the elevation change in proximity to the residence, an engineered retaining wall needs to be designed and constructed. We receive large amounts of precipitation in the area, including snowstorms that yield 5 feet of snow in a single snowstorm. That's why the wall should be constructed to be 5 to 6 feet tall and need an engineered barrier system to prevent harm to our house property due to the potential of an errant vehicle. So if a car were to slide off the ice, those trees would no longer be there due to construction. It would go straight off that 22% grade and straight into our kitchen. In addition, the retaining wall will also help to assist in snow removal to ensure that no runoff occurs. So those are some of the things that would be needed. Maintenance is also a consideration. So in the case of development, and it would be exorbitant according to the construction analysis, only 2 parcels, 25 and 26 on our east, would be responsible for the construction cost and ongoing maintenance, as well as bear significant liability in the event of human failures. So if snow removal is not done correctly, it's not taken back to their property. If it's put on our property, the northern property, or in Caswell Lane, it will result in flooding. If someone skids on the ice, those cars could land in our property, literally in our kitchen, or on the northern neighbor's home. Furthermore, they would also incur additional fiscal responsibility for improvements and maintenance of the Caswell Lane Road Maintenance Association. Future owners of parcels 25 and 26 could consider these maintenance and liability hazards unnecessary and harmful. Oh, and there's also drainage that would need to be cleared of debris. The staff concerns are going to be addressed with Forest Service documentation. There had been some concern that our easement access would constitute other legal access, and the Forest Service would not issue any permits. I specifically reached out to the Forest Service and asked about our undeveloped easement, and they stated that even in consideration of our undeveloped easement, given the circumstances on Rose Rock Lane, they will issue both a special use permit as well as to the residents, as well as a FERDA easement to the county. The access on Rose Rock Lane was established 30 years ago and has served as their only access for the duration of the history of parcels 25 and 26, which constitutes common use. The Forest Service has been very helpful and supportive to resolve this issue. They have been communicating, or they had communicated with the parcel owners of 25, providing forms and to the potential applicants, and also offering multiple points of contacts within their office to the residents as well as the county to facilitate a permit to legalize access. Back in February, Mr. Zoomstein with the Forest Service wrote regarding this issue and offered another option that the county submit an application for a FERDA easement, as they have discretion to legalize access on Rose Rock Lane. Kat had stated at the original hearing, and she said it again today, I circled back just to make sure I was fully understanding, and if the existing access were legalized through the Forest Service's processes, then that would resolve the staff concern that led to the recommendation to retain the 20-foot northern road access easement. Additionally, in September of 2016, the staff recommended full approval of the road access easements for parcel 20, both the eastern easement, road access easement, and the southern road access easement under this case number. This is a screenshot of the staff report. Subsequently, at the Planning Commission meeting on September 6, 2016, the Planning Commission voted unanimously in favor of the staff's recommendation for full abandonment of the eastern and southern road access easements for parcel 20. According to the county, both in 2016 and current, in the event that our full abandonment requests were approved, parcels 25 and 26 would not be landlocked. In conclusion, undeveloped easement access to Caswell Lane is unnecessary and harmful. I'm going to back up just a second because I have just a second of time. The reason why this appears to be discrepant now is, unfortunately, the applicant, after gaining all of these approvals from the Planning Commission per the staff's recommendation, he misfiled the paperwork, and there's 2 years to fix it. That has since lapsed because this was 2016. So that's why it appears discrepant, despite the documentation that you see here. Undeveloped easement access to Caswell Lane is unnecessary and harmful to multiple parties. Every single parcel owner on Caswell Lane has publicly stated their support of the full abandonment of the road access easements. Rose Rock Lane has provided access to parcels 25 and 26 for 30 plus years, constituting common use, which is why the Forest Service is offering not one but 2 avenues to be able to permit the access that they have. A simple permit to legalize this access is not only in our parcel's best interest, our neighborhood's best interest, but also best interest of parcels 25 and 26.
Thank you. Okay, now I will open it up to the board for discussion. Vice Chair Herman, or questions? Do you have anything?
Nothing at
Okay,
this
Commissioner
moment.
Garcia. Commissioner Andriola? Okay.
Ms. Oakley, thank you. Based on some of the information specifically relevant to the point of the access road that's being utilized that is under the Forest Service jurisdiction, is there anything that would prevent the two homeowners that are using that, which is not legal access, is my understanding technically? Can they submit to the Forest Service to look at that being considered legal?
Categorically, Washoe County Planning, for the record, yes, those property owners could submit a special use permit to the Forest Service to seek in legalization of that access or the ability to utilize it legally. And to my knowledge, that has not occurred at this time, but it's possible.
Is it only those two owners of those two parcels that can submit that request?
That is my best understanding, yes.
Okay. Can Washoe County submit a request?
The request that Washoe County could submit is the FERDA easement, and that would be not us submitting on behalf of the property owners for them to be granted the easement, but for us to seek an easement, which we would then be responsible for.
Okay. So technically, the recommendation that staff, you are still proposing is based on the criteria that there really is not legal access as defined at this very moment in time, at this point in time. And if in fact there were legal access that was granted by the Forest Service, could the applicant come back and ask for a full abandonment?
Categorically, for the record, yes, they could.
Because then it would meet the criteria of the legal criteria of it having access. So the Forest Service, if it did, if those parcel owners actually submitted, the Forest Service granted, then it would allow Washoe County to look at that time, if in fact it was granted, as having a legal access point. And right now there isn't, from a legal perspective.
Categorically, for the record, yes. If the circumstances changed in the future, they could come back and seek the full abandonment, and we would consider it with those circumstances at that time. And obviously, a very significant change circumstance would be the presence of an established legal access to those two parcels. And at that time, we would, of course, go through our full comprehensive review, working with our partner agencies and so forth, to consider those circumstances. But that would be a very key changed circumstance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the dealing with the federal government and trying to get access in a timely fashion, any guesstimate what that might be, time frame? I mean, a year, a month, a week? I'm sure you just don't walk in and walk out with that new easement road. So what kind of time frame would we be looking at, number one? Number two, when the buyer of both of these properties looked at this, these easements were recorded somewhere, I'm sure. Probably a title insurance policy might have disclosed it, due diligence, a real estate broker, somewhere along the line. These properties came with these easements. They run with the land. They're going to be there. So just abandoning it without, just because you want to, I don't know. I don't know what the underlying story really is. I don't know how many years somebody's been using these easements, but that are legal easements. Are they correct? Am I correct? Are these legal easements
Yes.
at this point in time?
Categorically, Washoe County Planning, yes. The ones they're seeking to abandon are currently legally established easements.
And then we're hoping that it sounds like somebody's hoping that the federal government might help create another easement to replace this, but that hasn't been done yet. Is that correct?
Categorically, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If there aren't any other questions, Vice Chair Herman.
So this all started in 2016, right?
Caddo, Washoe County Planning, there was an abandonment request for an adjacent property in 2016 that is independent of this request, but that was brought up in the appellant's presentation, yes.
So does this have to be decided right away, or? Because if they can and could produce an easement across forest land.
Right.
Then they would have an easement, and if they continued to renew it as it needed to be done, it used to be 2 years, every 2 years, but you know, it seems that there must be some reason why this is coming before us at this late date now.
Caddo, Washoe County Planning, our code does specify that appeals of this nature have to be heard by the board within 60 days, and this is very close to the end of that window, just in terms of your question regarding making a decision. Right. And in terms of, just to reiterate, in the future, if there was an easement across that Forest Service parcel, the applicants could return and seek the full abandonment of that easement through this process.
I had the same question as the vice chair because I thought, the neighbors could get that SUP, and then I thought, well, maybe the county should apply for that request, and then should the county be applying for private property driveway easements? That's a whole policy question that as a board I don't think we've discussed, and kind of it's a question of whether that is something that the commission should be doing. But I was with the vice chair of I feel like this is premature, but we have an appeal before us. State law requires we weigh in on it. I don't know if the DA Large, you want to add to anything to that.
Madam Chair, Michael Large, for the record. As Ms. Oakley said, the code spells out and Nevada statute spells out that you need to make a decision within 60 days of the appeal. The applicant is the one who brought this forward, and this is a snapshot in time of what is currently pending. Is there current legal access to this parcel? And aside from, and as Ms. Oakley said, there is not. So the question this board has to answer is whether or not they can make a finding of no detriment based on current circumstances, not on hypotheticals of what could happen or hypothetical costs in the future of what the roadway would look like and those type of things. What has to be decided is, under current circumstances, should we abandon this property? Is there a current detriment?
Right. No, that's very helpful. Thank you,
So
DA
it
Large.
sounds like more of a legal issue than something that county.
Any other commissioner comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. We have some public comment on this item. Madam Clerk, if you'll help us with that.
First up, we have Kristen Young, followed by Barrett Yawns.
Hello, and thank you all. My name is Kristen Young, and I live at 6020 Rose Rock Lane with my husband and 2 small children. Our property borders the applicant's parcel and backyard. My family and our neighbors, Jack and Nancy Davis, who live at 6000 Rose Rock, have been put in a really tricky and unfortunate position. We stand here today to defend our legal access rights to our properties. We oppose this appeal and are in full support of the Planning Commission's previous decision of partial abandonment. Through their process, we have learned from the U.S. Forest Service that a large portion of Rose Rock Lane, starting after 5000 Rose Rock, was built through an unsanctioned portion of these government lots and is technically an illegal road. This was a known fact to both of us when we purchased our homes. Now we are being directed to apply and obtain a Forest Service special use permit to use and maintain our current road. In 2018, when we bought our house, we were only provided with a cost-sharing road agreement from '93 for the western portion of Rose Rock. The Forest Service has also deemed this agreement invalid as they are not party to it. The Forest Service has also informed us that our legal access is through the neighboring parcels on Caswell Lane and that they will not allow any other access points be established on their parcels. As second owners of these properties, we do not know why the proper easement was not established at the time of build, but the 2 bordering homes on Caswell were both built in 1980. Our homes were built nearly 20 years later in 97 and 99. Assumedly, fencing, several trees, 52 trees apparently, landscaping were already well established in blocking these easements. It's not an issue of the easements being likely unbuildable, as their attorney previously suggested. While obtaining a special use permit is possible, it's not a permanent long-term solution, and due to the uncertainty that exists around the forest, or the future of these Forest Service parcels, it's a high likelihood that they will be sold due to property values, which puts us at risk of losing our current access. We have no rights or control over how they will be developed by a new owner. The only possible permanent long-term solution would be the county submitting an application for an easement under the FRTA and making Rose Rock a county-operated and maintained road. A special use permit is temporary in nature and can be revoked during transfer of ownership. They are not forever, and they are determined term lengths. They are a permit in every sense of the word, not permanent legal access. Having a driveway through a neighboring parcel is a very common situation throughout these government lot neighborhoods, and I previously shared during the Planning Commission several examples, photos, and maps showing other parcel locations where similar access situations exist. We are simply seeking to maintain the road easement in place so that we have legal access to the front of our properties where our homes and our driveways are located. We are not creating something that didn't already exist. This easement was established long ago for good reason, and we are simply asking the county to protect it and our rights. The applicants are attempting to jeopardize our property's legal access with ambiguous statements, untruths, and hypothetical situations that have no relevance. Simply put, the 20-foot road easement needs to be preserved as recommended by the Planning Commission. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Barrett Yawns, followed by Edward Devenins.
Hi, Barrett Young. Apologies for the poor handwriting. Kristen's husband. We're neighboring, as Kristen mentioned, we're one of the two houses neighboring the applicant who would like to do the full abandonment. We are in support of the Planning Commission's 20 feet. We want our neighbors to have as much space as they need to develop, to grow, to do whatever they want to do. By reducing at the previous meeting, it was reduced from 40 feet to 20 feet. That's very fair. That's a middle ground here. And the other thing that I feel that my wife pretty much covered most everything, but the special use permit is not permanent legal access. That could change. Should the county use the FERDA Act, which is the Forest Road and Trail Act, to establish permanent county protected access, I'll file that access for them. We just want permanent long-term solutions, not temporary access. This is a county problem, and we would like to keep it with county solutions. I don't think the federal government needs to be involved in this. We can find local solutions with our planners who do their jobs well, and with all your expertise and the legal advice. There's just no reason to force us into federal hands for a county issue. Also, in the Planning Commission's proposal, there's a key piece. If anyone didn't read it, I highly suggest reading page 3 of 5. The middle chunk there explains everything perfectly. And in it, there's a section that says it does not mandate a road be built. Mm-hmm. We're not standing here with axes and shovels trying to dig a road. We just want to know that our properties have permanent legal access. That's all I have to say, and I thank you for your time and consideration and keeping this a county issue.
Thank you.
Edward Devenins, followed by Nancy Davis.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing this matter. My name is Ed Devenins. I've lived at 15900 Caswell Lane for 40 years. I'm in support of the easement abandonment applied for by Nikolai and Louise Travis, who live at 15870 Caswell. We know that Barrett and his wife they're opposed to this abandonment easement, or they're opposed to the easement abandonment. The Forest Service acknowledges the existence of Rose Rock Lane, and in February 25 has provided documentation of the two options available to the Youngs and Washoe County to formalize the access to their residents, and the Forest Service is willing to process either application according to the federal regulations. I know this. I, too, have spoken to Matt Zumstein, the district ranger at Carson. A special use permit can be applied for by the private users of Rose Rock, or an application can be made by Washoe County under FERDA, Forest Road and Trail Act, to make it a public road. And the county can make that a public road with the requirement that it's maintained privately. Either option provides formal access via Rose Rock Lane for the Youngs and the other users of their residences as they've been using for 30 years without the I'm going to change it, unnecessary disturbance of an impractical easement through a landscaped yard that only leads to a private road which will not be expanded for additional users. Washoe County can make Rose Rock Lane a public road under FERDA, which would put an end to this ridiculous situation. In closing, I find it difficult to understand the motivation to pursue an encroachment upon a neighbor's private property to pursue an unused archaic easement only to further encroach upon a private road and its residences who have invested decades of time, effort, and money to develop and maintain Caswell Lane. While the Rose Rock property owners have acquired approved building permits, utilized their access road to their properties for 30 years, formed a maintenance association back in '93, and would simply have to formalize their access by acquiring a special use permit from the Forest Service or Washoe County, making Rose Rock a public road. I'm hopeful that you'll make the appropriate, reasonable decision to approve the Travis's request and work with the Forest Service to make Rose Rock a public road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nancy Davis, followed by Nikolai Travis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. My name is Nancy Davis. My husband Jack and I live at 6020 Rose Rock Lane, just to the east of the Youngs. We are one of the two properties that impacted by the Travis's easement abandonment on the north side. All of the properties around there were issued when we purchased them, and I did due diligence for these 40-foot easements on each side. I mean, we could have a larger than Mount Rose Highway going through our properties. That is just something, though, when we purchased, we took on. And also Caswell is not a private road, not at all. Down at the bottom it is, but not all of Caswell is private. This issue hadn't become a concern until the current abandonment request brought it forward. What I've learned after speaking to the building department on 3 occasions is that we do have the legal right to access the Travis easement, as does anyone wanting to access our easements. They could drive on 40 feet of our property. It's not we pay taxes on it, but it's not our property. They can take it at any time and put a road through there. So that's just something that we deal with. And it's my understanding that nothing permanent is supposed to be placed on an easement, which include buildings or fences or trees. A partial abandonment was granted, as you all have heard several times, and we don't have a problem with that. And so the easement exists for a reason, to ensure properties like ours aren't left without any access if and when other routes become unavailable. Who knows if it'll ever be needed? But that's exactly why it must remain in place. We have no idea what the Forest Service's future plans are. All we want is a legal option to use it should the need arise. We will deal with the road engineering and any other issues at that time. I just don't want to get too far ahead. The only issue being decided today is whether we have lawful access. That's it. Not opinions, not preferences. We are not asking for anything more than what the staff recommended and the Planning Commission already approved. Just the legal status of the easement and our legal right. Because if we don't, if it's been abandoned, once it's gone, it's gone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nikolai Travis.
Good afternoon. I'm Nikolai Travis, Louise's husband. Thank you guys so much for your time. I only need a minute or two. I just want to address two concerns. One, Mr. Clark, one of yours. We have from the Forest Service that the Forest Service has been trying to reach out to the county and to our eastern neighbors to try to get their access legalized. So that's been ongoing. I don't know for how long, but it's been in the works. Documentation has been provided to our neighbors to our east as well. And then, yes, the permit, the special use permit is not permanent. It is 30 years, but the FERDA easement is permanent. That's forever. So it sounds like all of us, we all need the FERDA easement, and we need your guys' help for that FERDA easement to come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in. We do have emails to be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other commissioner comments on this? Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Mr. Lowe made some comments earlier and some other public comments. He asked us all, are we going to honor what somebody did before us and keep that in place, or are we going to change things? And, you know, I wasn't there when this property was subdivided, the plot maps were made. Somebody decided that these easements were appropriate at the time. Sounds like the federal government was involved in that, and now we are the county. Now we've got to put on our striped shirts and whistles and referee this thing. These easements run with the land. They're recorded. If somebody bought a property, they own it. That's theirs. And just to change it because for whatever reason this doesn't accommodate their interests today, it doesn't make a lot of sense. The land's going to be there, and the plat maps are going to be there a lot longer than all of us humans. And so the next person who buys this property, the one that is burdened with the easement, and the other property that's served by the easement, they have a right to the way it was laid out initially. So I'm going to be opposed to abandoning this because it runs with the land, and it should run with the land, and until the owners, both properties can agree, and maybe they get a permanent permit from the forestry that they're not going to be landlocked in the future. I think we just let this stay the way it is. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. And I can, I see the findings and can also meet those as part of what the Planning Commission decided with the compromise of the 20-foot easement. So I do agree with the Planning Commission's decision. Any other commissioner comments? Okay. I am looking for a motion, or I'm happy to make it. I will make the motion. I move to deny the appeal, affirm the decision of the Planning Commission to partially approve WAB 24-0008 Sweet Clover Residential Trust Abandonment, the denial of the appeal and affirmativeness of the Planning Commission's decision based on the board's ability to make the findings required by WCC Section 110-806.20 findings. Looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any other comments on that? And I think that, you know, we can look at the future access as a board and make those decisions in the future. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move into item 23, and this is the second reading. Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1736, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 100, Buildings and Construction, to update the additions of specialized or uniform codes adopted by reference. This was formerly Bill number 1930.
Okay, does the board need a staff report on this? I'm not seeing that anyone does. Okay, is there any public comment on this?
We do have Cliff Lowe signed in.
Great.
Welcome to the Cliff Lowe Show. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cliff Lowe, and I would ask that my comments today be entered into the record of this meeting. I will share with you that these comments, like earlier in the meeting, come from Mr. Thomas Daly, whose opinions I respect. He is very knowledgeable of matters of safety in general, and I agree with the sentiment. Although I haven't researched it, I agree with the sentiment of the comments I'm going to share with you. I would also refer you back to comment provided by Mr. Weichert in general public comment several hours ago that is similar to this. I also did take a quick look at the staff report.
Good.
And did not, this is a matter of omission, not commission, omission. And I did not see, I'm looking on my cell phone, did not see any mention of this omission. You're being asked to adopt new building, fire, and wildland codes via a new ordinance. For the wildland code, however, only one chapter dealing with construction requirements for new building is proposed for adoption. Chapter 6, the defensible space requirements are not proposed for adoption. Adopting Chapter 6's requirements for defensible space for all properties is a prudent move, especially in those parts of the county which are in high or very high wildfire hazard zones. We know defensible space works, as the Rock Farm, Joy Lake, Davis, and Callahan wildfires have proved. If you have it and a wildfire approaches, your home will likely survive. Without defensible space, homes burn to the ground. Adopting the wildland code in full should be on your next agenda. So I would request that either the motion, should there be a motion to adopt this, include that I guess it'd be the planning department, address the rest of the wildland code, especially Chapter 6, or in your last agenda item on today's and every meeting where you have announcements and requests for future agenda items, that you make that request that the omission of defensible space requirements and the rest of the wildland code be addressed in a future, but not too far in the future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have no one else signed in.
Okay, any other comments from the board on this item? I'm not seeing any. And if there's no comments, I am looking for a motion on the second reading.
I'll move to adopt ordinance number 1736, which is an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 100, Buildings and Construction, to update the additions of the specialized or uniform codes adopted by reference with an effective date of July 1st, 2025.
Okay, looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move into our final public. Is this our final public hearing? No, yes, this is our final public hearing, and this is also a second reading. Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1737, An ordinance amending the boundaries of Washoe County, Nevada, District Number 24, groundwater remediation. This was formerly Bill Number 1928.
Thank you very much.
This is a two-part ordinance. on
Okay,
this
that's why I
item.
was confused.
Yeah,
So
so there's two ordinances. The first one was just read.
Okay. But we have to do two different motions for this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. All right, does anyone need a staff report on this item? I'm not seeing that we do. Okay, any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is no one signed in.
Okay, well, I am looking for a motion on this first part of the second reading.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt ordinance number 1737 as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we'll move into the second part. Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1738, an ordinance levying a fee in Washoe County, Nevada, District Number 24, groundwater remediation, ratifying action taken by county officers, and providing other matters related thereto. This was formerly Bill Number 1929.
Thank you. All right. Any staff report needed from the board on this? I'm not seeing that anyone needs a staff report. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
All right. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion on this, please.
I'll move to adopt ordinance number 1736 as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Looking for a second.
Excuse me, it's 1738?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
38.
It's 2 o'clock. I actually wrote down 6. I'm sorry. May I amend my motion, please?
Yes.
To reflect the correct number, which is 1738. Thank you.
It's good that Commissioner Garcia is paying attention.
On it.
All right, second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on that from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. We will now move into our final public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 25 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may be pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. And used time may not be allocated to other speakers. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Roger Edwards, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Well, good afternoon. Roger Edwards for the record. I don't know what I'm going to do. You guys actually made an adjustment on our water recharge program. I got a check for $500. 8 weeks short of 8 years, I've been up here complaining about this. I don't know who did what, but I appreciate it. I mean, I paid $1,500 in. I got $500 back, but it's better than a poke in the eye. 8 weeks less than 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Lowe.
Here we go. For the record, Cliff Lowe. I want to start out with an apology. During the break, I learned that many of the items that are being addressed retroactively were addressed today. Many, but not all of the items in the staff report did speak to the reason for the retroactive submittal. They are not all that informative necessarily. I'm looking at one here. Items submitted to BCC meeting while concurrently submitted to City Council for the City of Reno to be signed concurrently. It doesn't explain why both of those aren't taking place on a more timely basis, referring to the forensic contract. But I want to apologize. I would still think they ought to be more informative, and I want to apologize to any commissioners who have made any statements relying upon my earlier public comment that said that there's no information for the public on why these are retroactive. Mea culpa. On to the main item I wanted to address. I do want to leave you with that thought that I brought up earlier, much earlier today, about dealing with items that have been approved, voted on by your predecessors. This is a matter of, I think, a matter of conscience, a matter of duty for you as a county commissioner. No, I don't think you have a duty to continue to enforce or take actions to enforce things that you don't agree with. After all, elections have consequences. People change, people get voted into office because they have different views. But I do think if you choose to vote against something that was promised by your predecessors or fail to take action to follow through, that should only, on a promise by your predecessors, that should only happen if you go back and look at the minutes from that meeting and read them and decide for yourselves, had I been in office at that time, would I have voted for this particular item, agenda item, or whatever it is? Would I have voted for it? And you may in good conscience say, no, I have different views and that's why I succeeded, that's why the people elected me. But if you fail to do that, then I think you lack the right to impose things on your successors. It would be hypocritical for you to go ahead and vote on something that's going to take place after your current term in office, which for some of you is January of 27, basically the end of next year, when some offices will be replaced. So I urge you, in good conscience, to look at what was discussed and then take the appropriate action thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into our final item, Manager Brown, 26.
Item 26 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything else for us, Manager Brown? Okay.
No, Madam Chair, I've said enough.
All right, Vice Chair Herman. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Andriola, Commissioner Clark. I will say to Mr. Lowe's point on wildfire codes and, ensuring that community members are compliant, that there is a wildfire working group that our emergency manager has put together that DRI is helping us with, and they are going to come up with some recommendations that this board will be considering in the future. So it is top of mind, and we're taking that all very seriously. So thank you for bringing that to us. All right, with that, thank you everyone for a great meeting. We are adjourned at 2:07.